Morning, everybody. Look at Guillermo. Buenos dias, senor.
All right. Here we go.
I'm in Akron. Technically, maybe Cuyahoga Falls, but I'm at the Sheraton, Akron. It's not bad. I'm in a suite. I don't know how I got that, but I think they all might be suites. I've rearranged the lighting. I have a light kind of half upside down shining right on me.
Wow. Very up and at 'em this morning, everyone. Good to see.
I know. Look at that.
A lot of action. I got Olympic golf on.
No PGA Tour event this week. Once again, they're not interested in everybody else. Just the top guys. Look at Guillermo. Boom! Channeling his inner John Madden.
Gold, silver, bronze, and what?
Yeah.
Oh, the people checking in the room, I guess. I'm out to lunch right now. I'm not going to lie.
I'm not going to lie.
So I had to run over. I didn't have to. I ran over and saw Steve from Molly Made. Had a couple beers with him yesterday at British Open Pub.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, they have a wedge salad there, but, all the salads are pre-made, but a wedge salad, the bartender or the server has to actually make and do a lot of, it's a pain in the butt.
Gotcha.
So a regular customer who's a former manager put a Yelp review in to say how great the wedge salad is. And Don makes the best wedge salad. And I literally go, I want to go on the air tomorrow and tell people to go to the British Open Pub just to order the wedge salad.
That is cruel. Oh, that is cruel. Salsa on a salad. I'd have to be in the mood for that. How spicy do you go with your salsa? Mark can attest. I'm a medium guy. Medium wings. On my wings, my salsa. Can't believe as spicy as hell. You could probably put that on a label. Instead of medium, hot, mild, medium, mild, spicy as hell. That is true, Coffin Ball. Not a huge fan, but that is true. Well, EB, we're trying to be gentle in the face. I don't know about jolly, but gentle. Way to go, EB Hill. Hopefully you told him Miller and Moulton sent him.
$20 seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first day of August. Do you have the fever? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. And it's officially football season because, well, I'm on the road again. Beautiful Akron, Ohio. Hall of Fame game. Yeah. Oh, it's 6 a.m. I mean, when the sun's just coming up, hey, every place looks beautiful.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
I can hear the 18-wheelers in the distance on the highway, which isn't that much of a distance. The highway's right here.
Don't know what's beautiful about that, but to each his own.
Just the the morning sounds of America waking, America rising. The 18-wheeler sound is kind of like, oh, we're back to work.
Going to work. I got you.
Yep.
Just like you, going to work.
Yep.
For a preseason game.
That I don't know, since everybody apparently has the fever. Are people going to be even checking out tonight? I know I wouldn't. I mean, nobody's playing, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, but we got the new kickoff. I mean, we're going to see something for the very first time tonight.
Don't laugh. That is the only thing I am geeked up for tonight.
And I think you're going to be disappointed. Because if I were a special teams coach or a head coach, I would say, kick everything out of the end zone. We're not showing them a damn thing.
Wouldn't even just try to pop one up into the corner at like the 5 or 7 yard line and just see whether or not any of these guys we put out there can cover a kick? Might have to keep 1 or 2 of them on the roster, no?
I would be apprehensive to show my hand. I would be doing all of this in practice, David.
Well, and I will say we've had some injuries in practice in special teams. So I hope that's not a precursor of what we're going to have during this season. But Texans, Bears, remember when the Hall of Fame game used to be the exclamation point on Hall of Fame weekend? Now it is the kickoff, if you will, to Hall of Fame weekend. Game Thursday night. Friday night is when they give the soon-to-be Hall of Famers their gold jackets. They are presented with their jackets. Saturday night is when they are inducted and they give their speeches. That's the Hall of Fame weekend. And Devin Hester, and he played for a few teams, but I think most people remember him with the Bears. Andre Johnson, who played for a few teams, but most people remember him with the Texans. Also, Steve McMichael put in with the Veterans Committee. So, you have Julius Peppers who played for the Bears. So the Bears are well represented in this game. And the Texans with Andre Johnson. So there you go. Throw in a little Randy Gradishar and, Dwight Freeney and Patrick Willis, and we got ourselves a Hall of Fame class.
So there.
Not the, sexy, if you will, no quarterbacks, no running backs, only one wide receiver who played a majority of his career, with a lot of people not seeing him play, in Andre Johnson.
Who was his best quarterback?
Matt Schaub.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I don't think Andre was around when Deshaun got there. So, I mean, he made his numbers. I look at Andre Johnson a lot like Tim Brown. You look at the quarterbacks that threw to Tim Brown and you go, he put up those numbers? Holy mackerel. Was he amazing?
I'm with you. Matt Schaub was at best average.
Yeah. Yeah. He was
average NFL quarterback.
Yeah. It was a backup in Atlanta, I think it was. And the Texans said, we think he's a starter. And so they traded a couple picks and got him. And he was fine. He won division titles, got him to the playoffs, won a couple playoff games. But, it was stuff in the AFC, particularly at that time, Mark. You're going through Peyton and the Colts. You're going through Brady and the Patriots, Ben and the Steelers, and you're showing up with Matt Schaub. That seems like showing up to a gunfight with a knife.
And a dull knife at that.
and they wondered why the Texans couldn't get past the second round. Oh, I don't know. I mean, yeah, the rest of the team's not bad, but help me out here. How far do you see them going? But so the Hall of Fame game, we've got helmets, we have shoulder pads, we have a few new formations, and we'll televise the sucker. We'll do it on ABC and ESPN at the same time.
Oh, this gets both?
This gets a simulcast. Well, what else are they going to show?
David, I don't know.
Everything else is shut down. The MLS ain't playing. The WNBA ain't playing. There's only 5 baseball games tonight. ESPN's practically getting out of the baseball business. I mean, what else you got?
The Hall of Fame game doesn't seem like a simulcast type game, but I guess it is.
They
a
got
miss
nothing
by
else.
me.
Got nothing else, Mark. How many times can you show a 30 for 30? I mean, I just, what the heck? It's a live game. Let's put it on. See if anybody watches.
And people will watch. Trust me, they will.
Will they? And if so, all right, your household, I think, will be an average household tonight. The Olympics will get the big TV. All right. That's your wife in the Olympics. I mean, we got, I think Katie Ledecky, although she's being held out of the semifinals, I think they got her racing in the finals. Okay. Whatever else is going on. I don't know if this is the beginning. Do we have individual events in gymnastics that begin today? I thought so, but maybe not. But anyway, you got the Olympics, which are doing very well. People have the fever in America. They do. Which is interesting because we talked about it yesterday, and this may not even be a quick sidebar. We're not winning a lot of golds.
No, we are not.
We're winning a lot of medals, some compelling stories, events we've never medaled in before or haven't medaled in a long time. But, I mean, there are 6 nations that have more gold medals than us right now. That's highly unusual.
And so how do you count a win in the Olympics? The most medals or the most golds? I'm
That
a
could
most
be a-
golds guy.
Hey, how about that for a poll question?
How about that for a poll question?
Just throwing it out there. But so you got the Olympics, which is the dominant thing going on, but you've got helmets and shoulder pads for the very first time this year on television.
And one set of those helmets and shoulder pads has the Chicago Bears on them.
There you go.
Draw.
There you go. Dub Bears. And so I'm just curious, even though everybody who knows anything about football has heard by now that nobody whose name you recognize is going to play tonight. Are you still going to watch? And if so, for how long?
David, I want to make sure I'm there for the opening kickoff. I want to see the first kickoff of the new special teams formation. I want to see what it looks like. I'm hoping that I'm wrong, that they don't just drill it out of the end zone and they actually try to attempt some special teams plays in this game.
Do you have a sense of humor tonight if you're D'Amico Ryans or Matt Eberflus, and do you line up for an onside kick right out of the chute? Because you have to declare it.
You can't. You can't even have that sense of humor, David. You only can do it in the fourth quarter.
Oh, that's right.
You can't do it. It's cute. Nice try. Can't happen.
This really is the no fun league. My goodness. Bummer. Trying to create some excitement for myself tonight.
Learn the rules. You need to know these. It's important.
You're making dadgum good
Might
point.
have to have an onside kick card to have prepared for Troy.
Not only that, we got a new replay official in the booth tonight. John Perry's gone to work for the Buffalo Bills. I don't even know who this guy is. He's going to be standing to my right. He is not going to he's going to have this big fat guy who sweats a little too much, talks way too much standing next to him. That guy is me. It's going to be a very eventful night.
And by very eventful.
Right. He'll be on the air once. Hey, the new member of our team Introduce yourself. Hi, America. All right, good. We'll see him again September 9th against the Niners.
When there's actually a call that matters.
Right. So there you have it. Do you think that, see, I think this game is not going to do well. I think the Olympic fever and the fact that people know that preseason football is a sham. And I'm not kidding when I say this, Mark. How much money, this is the 10th game, if you will. Okay, although some teams only have 8 home games and they get 2 preseason games at home. If I'm the NFL, I know we're going to go to 18 games soon, so there's only going to be 2 preseason games. Everybody's going to have 1 at home. I don't know. I can't keep ripping the public off by making them pay regular season prices for this.
Well, I don't think, and I'm trying to think what we pay for our preseason tickets, but I don't think they're regular season prices. They're a little bit cheaper. And I just accept it as part of the package because for those that don't know, my wife and I, because of my wife's family, they had Pittsburgh Steelers season tickets forever. When my mother-in-law wanted to get rid of them, my wife and I said, no, we'll take them. So we now have Steelers season tickets, of which we sell the majority of and go to a game or two.
Right.
But you just kind of accept preseason as part of it, David. That's what they've trained us to do.
I would go back to how they used to do it. I wouldn't include it in the season ticket package, and I would just offer the tickets to people because most NFL teams sell out. And I grew up rooting for the Giants. The only chance I had to see the Giants was to buy preseason tickets because I couldn't get my hands on regular season tickets.
If the owners actually thought they would sell more tickets by not including them in the season ticket package, David, they would.
Well, they're obviously not going to sell more, and they're not going to sell as many. They'll actually have some empty seats. But my thing is stop bleeding your season ticket holders.
You'd be a great owner, David. You really would. You'd go broke, but you'd be a great owner.
Would not go broke. I would just make the least amount of money at the table. I'd be Mark Davis with a better haircut.
Much better haircut.
Thank you. Thank you. Miller and Moulton. Another big announcement next.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So what's the poll question? I think it's what are you watching tonight?
Yeah. Olympics, NFL, Major League Baseball. D, not sports. Or just no D. Huh. Alejandra Toasty? Toasty? Got to be Toasty, right? That's why it's your favorite name. I like it, Canada Relief. Hall of Fame game. Come watch us practice. D, I'm working a double. By the way, Oreos was the breakfast of choice, and I have 2 more packages of it.
Regular, double stuffed?
I believe they're regular, but I'll have to check the packaging. I got them at the hotel as I was checking in. It's important to purchase breakfast as you're checking into the hotel at 9 o'clock at night. Milk? Arch, come on. Remember, we're talking hotel lobby Oreos, okay? Canada Relief, I thought Hellas for children. Heard a little.
Wow, going Pat Benatar.
Yeah, early 80s Pat Benatar too.
And that's like that's like song number 4 on her list, maybe 5.
Yeah. But at least it's a better video than what was that one she tried to do her poor Michael Jackson impression? Was it Love is a Battlefield or no?
Dance there? Yeah, that's
right.
Oh,
it was horrendous.
I think she still wants to shoot the director of that video.
I was going to say she was having a nice, solid career as a rocker, and then.
But that got all kinds of video awards, if memory serves me.
No, it was a good song. It was a horrible video.
The belly laugh at the 20 seconds because Trent used to give us 20-second cues. That was just a little homage to Trent there.
Out of nowhere, too. It wouldn't give us anything. Wouldn't give us a minute. Wouldn't give us 30 seconds. Wouldn't go 5, 4. He literally would say 20 seconds. What? Curtains, by the way, solid gold.
Ooh. Well, yes. Hall of Fame game and all.
Exactly.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. You made it to August. It's the first day of August, and we got football tonight. We got the Olympics still going on. Hell, We got another week and a half of the Olympics. We're not even at the halfway point of the Olympics. I think you got to get through like Saturday night to be at the halfway point of the Olympics. I mean, this sucker's just charging along. Now, did we decide to go with what means more to you? You know, what's number one? Is it total medal count or is it gold medals?
No, we went with the easy question. We copped out and just said, what are you watching tonight? The Olympics, Major League Baseball, or NFL preseason?
Okay. All right. So first anything that's on that could be seen as competition for the Olympics is tonight, because there's the NFL, albeit preseason, albeit both teams have already announced nobody's going to play.
And we put Major League Baseball on there because if you are an Xfinity subscriber, you have your regional sports network back.
I'm back. That's Major League Baseball's slogan on Comcast Xfinity today. We're back in the saddle again. No? All right.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
You
Hopefully
just
that
went
doesn't-
Aerosmith at 6:22 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, what can I tell you? I was stuck listening to 106.5 The Land on the way from the airport to the hotel, Mark. Okay, we had a little Aerosmith, little Pat Benatar, okay, little Matchbox 20. I mean, their slogan, we play anything. And I'm
There you
listening
go.
to it going, yeah, no kidding. No
All right, we got a
kidding.
little housekeeping to do. We got a lot going on, David.
We do.
And we have to ask of our listeners again for a couple of things.
We do?
Yeah, we do. Because the text line yesterday went kaput.
I know. And we didn't even get a heads up.
No, and that's all right. We're moving forward. We're taking the high road on everything. But the text line number did not change. It is still 21,000. But you are
Correct.
going to have to essentially resubscribe, and you're going to have to use a new keyword. And that keyword is now Miller.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
The keyword now at 21,000, you have to do it one time. You have to type Miller to 21,000. Then you're in.
Hey, I have a question. What happened to Moulton?
Well, Miller set up the account. Miller's easier to spell than Moulton.
That's true.
And I thought it would be easier. So I went with the keyword Miller. I could have done Miller and Moulton, but that's a lot of typing. That's a lot to ask of someone, at a stoplight to get all that in.
So you just shoved Moulton off the cliff?
Right off the side. Right into the Cuyahoga.
Wow. I leave town and that's it. I leave the state and I'm out.
You're out.
What am I, Prince Harry? You're done with me now?
I'm not done with you. I just don't know. I don't trust our audience to be able to spell your name.
Well, that's good because most people in my life can't spell my name. So, okay. So no Miller M, no Miller Mo,
Miller.
no Miller Ton, no, no Miller D.
Nope.
For David Moulton. No.
You know what? Looking back, I probably could have gone with David.
So to text Miller and Moulton, you have to type in the keyword Miller.
Yeah, you type in the keyword Miller. And you know what
Okay.
happens when you type in the keyword Miller? You get a nice little message back that says, thanks for signing up to the Miller and Moulton text line.
Oh, okay. I thought it just said at the bottom, sincerely, Mark Miller.
Damn, I should change that.
That'd be hysterical too, because I'd get it and I'd go, son of So all right. So it's still 21,000, but the keyword it's so all of you who signed in, we appreciate it, but you got to do it one more time. And this is it, by the way. There will never be another. Okay, because it's 21,000 till the end of time, or till the end of Miller and Moulton, or the end of Miller, one or the other.
Right.
Right. So keyword Miller.
That's
you
it.
did it. You did it also because of spelling. Let's be honest. You're someone who you don't think you're good at spelling. You
I'm a
worry.
terrible speller. Spell check is the best thing that ever happened to me. I wish it would have happened at a lot younger. I mean, if spell check would have been around when I was in 8th grade, I think I would have been a lot better off.
And so you worry about that. I know all the time, sending out posts on X and our poll questions, you're always worried about the spelling. So it's just Miller. And I agree with you, by the way. And, it goes back to why is the show called Miller and Moulton, even though this Moulton guy speaks first? Because it sounds better. It just rolls off the tip of your tongue better. That's why we went with it. And we're very, very convoluted show.
Now, the other key is why we really need you to do this now, is that we pay for this text line and we get X number of texts per month and we're trying to figure out how many we need. But the key is right now we're on a free trial. So if everybody signs up on the free trial,
go for it.
Go to the text page, then we're off and rolling.
Look at that. So keyword Miller to 21,000 and you can text Miller and Moulton again.
Candid Relief asking a question. Did you get the red ink from the English teacher? Oh, yeah. Yeah, littered with red ink. Circles, arrows, lines. I try to pound the grammar into my daughter's head on a daily basis because, well, I don't know if the Saginaw, Michigan early education was that great.
I remember one time getting a C+, see me after class. All right. And the teacher basically said, there was too much for me to say to write it all over your paper. I figured I'd just say it to you. Oh, okay. Thanks, Mrs. Onder. Appreciate it. So, Miller, that's the keyword, 21,000, and you're back in the text line. I suffered a painful defeat yesterday. We had a terrific poll question. We actually were complimented on our poll question. All right. Which we stole from others. That's why it was so good. And it was going forward in college football, what means more to you, beating your arch rival or making the playoff? And 52-48 making the playoff won. We got a lot of votes for us. All right. You guys were into it. A lot of you commented. We appreciate the kind words. You liked the question, made you think. It was something you debated with your friends throughout the day. That's good. That's cool. It's fun. But Mark, the playoff won. The professionalization of college football is almost complete.
That was all that's left. We're paying the players.
Yep.
We've expanded the playoff.
Yep.
And now, well, the playoff is more important than the rival.
Right. In college football. Right. So, I mean, basically, we changed the hash marks and switch it from 1 foot in to 2 feet in and call it a day, right?
Right.
Although we got to change the kickoff. College football is the last place where we still have a kickoff,
Well, and you can still sack the quarterback violently.
And you can have an onside kick any time you want. Imagine that. So I'm X'd out of the text line, and I lost the poll question. Wow. This can't wait for the rest of August.
Oh, lots to come. More announcements even today on the show, David.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Does it involve me, or am I out of those two? Miller and Moulton, starting fives next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. That's weird, Spitz. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you.
Now, when I tried to do it, it hyphenated it for me.
Hyphenated what? 21,000?
Yeah.
That's fine. That
Okay.
doesn't. That's fine.
Yeah, I didn't. No, I got it. I don't know what's going on.
I don't.
Spitz.
Spitz, I don't know. I've gotten about 100 text messages here in the last 2
Yeah.
minutes. So I don't know who's who. Did you sign them?
Did you misspell Miller? I'm sorry. 6:35. I'm sorry. That was unfair. That was uncalled for. I'm sorry. It was
good.
funny, but it's a cheap shot, and I should be better than that.
Exactly.
Yes.
2L. Loser.
That was a disgrace on my part. That was awful.
I thought that was pretty good.
One of our loyal listeners and also loyal in the Twitch chat room. Yes, with an I and an E. Okay, music, exactly. Yeah, would you like to buy a vowel?
I do like it. So when you opt in, David, it does say you've opted to get text from the Third Act LLC.
Yes. I love it. Which technically we could argue it's the fourth act, but
Right?
it's the third act with an asterisk. That's
Sure
what
is.
we're going with. And emphasis on the word act, by the way. Hello.
That Miller with an I and an E.
E, right.
Well played.
I do have to say to those in the Twitch chat room, you give my mother a lot of enjoyment. She thinks you guys are great, thinks you're funny, loves your banter. All right. I think finds you more interesting than the show.
I think David does sometimes too.
I think she lies, because she wants to keep her son's, self-esteem up. Talks about how she enjoyed the show. You guys had a good show today. I'm like, what are you talking? All you care about is what Guillermo was typing in the Twitch chat room. The funny thing, Paul, is she used to make this spaghetti dish and she called it Mama Moulton's.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Pat Kirwan, by the way, 1 hour from now, he's been to, I believe, Patriots, Bills, Lions, and they're with the Steelers today, but Pat will join us before about an hour before he talks to Mike Tomlin. So 1 hour from now, Pat Kirwan here on Miller and Moulton. 2 hours from now, Matt Baker, Tampa Bay Times. We'll catch up with him and get his thoughts on what's gone on this offseason in college football as he gets ready. By the way, Mark, magic numbers. I mean, big donut at the front, 0. We got preseason football tonight, baby. 23, 30, and 35. 3 weeks Saturday, week 0 of the college football season. 4 weeks Saturday, week 1 of the college football season. And 5 weeks tonight, Ravens and Chiefs. 23, 30, and 35. So there you go. Yeah.
We're getting there. We're doing this.
We are doing this. Speaking of doing this, it's back. It's the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit presented by Floormeisters.
Look at that, a sponsor and everything.
Tuesday, August 30th. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. It's the same cast of characters. And by cast of characters, we mean Miller, Moulton, and Dr. Roto. Miller and Moulton just offering, moral support. And, hey, can we get you a cheeseburger, Doc? He's the star of the show. Ask and get answered all your fantasy football questions. Dr. Roto, one of the top 20, 25 fantasy football guys in the country. He puts his money where his insight is, and he does very well in big money pools in Vegas. It's online. You can look it up, and you get all his expertise in a room. Ask and answer every question. Plus, he will tell you who he likes and why. So you can steal Dr. Roto's fantasy team if you'd like. millerandmoulton.com, that's how you sign up. We're going to do it at the revamped, the all-new Shoeless Joe's. It's at the Doubletree, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Okay? It's Tuesday, August 20th, so a little less than 3 weeks away. So go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up, and we will see you there. You get dinner, by the way, with it, and non-alcoholic drinks. You want to purchase something else, you can. But it's a good night. It's fun. 7 o'clock, you're out of there. 8:30, 9 o'clock. All right. You can show up as early as 6 o'clock and eat beforehand if you want. It's a good time. We're proud of this event. And thanks to Floormeisters.
This is a fun night. And I think we weren't sure. We actually had someone who used to be associated with the show who on his own paid to show up last year. And he's like, this is really good. I'm impressed. And he's not impressed by anything that we do.
No, I mean, when he worked with us, he wasn't impressed with anything we did. No. So Tuesday, August 20th, got to go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up. It is a limited seating event. All right. But my guess is, 19 days to sign up. If you're interested, you'll get in. But millerandmoulton.com, sign up. The Fantasy Football Summit, Tuesday, August 20th. Dr. Roto, the star of the show. 18 minutes before the hour. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Even though they're back at it again today, to quickly recap the Olympics from last night, Katie Ledecky, her 8th gold medal and her 12th medal overall. There has not been a female swimmer in the United States more decorated, more accomplished than Katie Ledecky. She won the 1,500-meter freestyle, and she won it by half a lap.
Away.
Yeah. Give it up to them. I mean, they may be a bunch of cheaters, but the Canadians women's soccer team qualified for the quarterfinals, even though the Olympics took 6 points away from them. You get 3 points for a win. So they started -6. They won all 3 of their matches, so they finished +3 points, and they get into the quarters by a tiebreaker. They're the defending gold medalists. So they cheated, got penalized, and now won 3 matches, and they're through to the quarters. U.S. men's basketball, they won, but they didn't cover.
Boo!
And they looked like they were well on their way to a cover, too. My goodness, they were up 20 early second quarter. But they held off to South Sudan 103-86. Mark, this just in, our bench is better than anybody else's. I mean,
our bench would give our team a good game.
Right. Well, the bench beat the team yesterday. The bench outscored the South Sudan 66-14. By the way, Jason Tatum did play. He actually started. Okay. His parents complained to the coach. And so you know how it works. And
you know what travel ball's like, David.
Exactly. And that's what happened. Okay. So, Jason Tatum was in the starting lineup. No Joel Embiid, no Drew Holiday. Those were the 2 that sat out for the U.S. And Steve Kerr said, I don't care what you're all saying. This is what we're going to do the rest of the way. I'm only playing 10, and it all depends on matchups. Okay. By the way, do you think LeBron's ever going to sit for a game?
I don't.
I mean,
I think he'll be part of the rotation, always.
I mean, we are through to the quarterfinals. The next game we're playing is very much, we could mail it in if we want. But anyway, we have 30 medals, only 5 gold, though. 6 countries have more gold medals than us. China leading the way right now with 9. 13 silver, 12 bronze. And they're already winning medals again today. I'm not going to spoil it for you. All right, number 2, the NFL Hall of Fame game tonight, Canton, Ohio. The kickoff of Hall of Fame weekend. Randy Gradishar, Steve McMichael, the veterans who were voted in, Dwight Freeney, Julius Peppers, Patrick Willis, along with Devin Hester and Andre Johnson. Your Hall of Fame class of 2024. 3 of them with Bears connections. Andre Johnson played the majority of his career as a Houston Texan. Texans and Bears tonight in the Hall of Fame game. A couple of news and notes from the NFL yesterday. Bad news for the Bucs. Okay. Remember, we were just talking about the Bucs last week and how much better the offensive line was going to be. Opeta, who they signed from the Eagles, he tore his ACL Tuesday night of practice. He's out for the year. He was going to start at guard in all likelihood. Broncos lose tackle Quinn Bailey for a couple months. He broke his right ankle. Now, he wasn't a starter, but he was the swing tackle, and they were going to use him in their jumbo packages also. So Quinn Bailey going to miss a couple months for the Broncos. But this could be the biggest NFL news from yesterday. The judge in the Sunday Ticket case. Remember, the NFL lost, and the jury awarded those who purchased the Sunday ticket over X number of years, $4.7 billion, which gets trebled. So that's a $14.1 billion defeat the NFL suffered. Obviously, they're going to appeal this sucker all the way to the Supreme Court if they have to. Well, the judge who presided over this case said, yeah, the jury didn't follow my orders. He has three options. One of them is he could set aside the verdict. He could also order a new trial. So that's worth paying attention to. When the judge in the case goes, yeah, the jury kind of screwed up. Really? Okay. Number 3, baseball. Hey, did you see the report in the New York Post yesterday, Mark? Remember we had J.P. Peterson on the show last week, and he said, guys, I'm telling you, there may not be shovels in the ground in St. Petersburg. We're like, JP, what are you talking about? Financing secure, bada bing, bada boom. He goes, guys, I know people in Tampa who want to buy the Rays and move them to Tampa. I'm just saying, there still may not be shovels in St. Petersburg. Well, the New York Post yesterday said, you know, there were rich guys in Tampa trying to buy the Rays, and supposedly a deal was all but done. And then Stu Sternberg fell through and what have you. He apparently, first off, he owns the land. He was given the land, which is worth over $500 million, Stu Sternberg. Okay, now that's the land that the shops and the stadium are going to be on and what have you. But in theory, he could sell the land, but he can also then separately sell the team. And the team reportedly is worth about 1.2 to 1.4 billion. So Stu Sternberg, if he wanted to, he could sell the team and sell the land and make a quick $2 billion. I believe, did he put 50 million in or 200 million? Something like that. So just that's interesting. They're saying shovels are going into the ground in January. In theory, if you're the rich guys in Tampa, you can purchase this team before the shovels go into the ground, and you could say, yeah, we're not interested. Appreciate it. Thanks. We're going to do our own thing. On the field, Marlins beat the Rays 6-2. Xavier Edwards, who had the cycle a few days ago, he had 3 RBIs. Yankees sweep the Phillies, and DJ LeMahieu, who's been in the witness protection program this year, had 6 RBIs yesterday in a 6-5 win.
Might be more than he's had in the last month.
Orioles beat Toronto 10-4. Jackson Holliday, who got called up, hit a slam, his first major league homer. That's the good news. The bad news is their all-star third baseman, Jordan Westburg, got hit by a pitch in the 5th inning and broke his right hand. They don't know if he's going to come back at any point this season. And remember, the trade deadline's come and gone. Boston in 10 beat Seattle 3-2. While Houston beat Pittsburgh 5-4, that means the Mariners and Astros are once again tied for the lead in the West. Texas continues to falter. Cardinals pounded them 10-1. Braves gained some ground on the Phillies. They beat Milwaukee 6-2. Atlanta's just 6.5 back. Hello. Royals 10-3 over the White Sox, who have now lost 17 in a row.
We didn't bet on them. Just want to let you know.
No, Mark is still not letting me bet on the White Sox, which is a good thing because I wanted to start betting on them after they had lost 11 in a row. Royals are 6 back of the Guardians. Twins are also 6 back. They beat the Mets 8-3. Don't look now, but the Padres are 4.5 behind the Dodgers. They pounded Kershaw in L.A. 8-1 last night. 4.5 back. Just saying, 5 in the loss column. Arizona swept Washington 5-4. Cubs put up 5 crooked numbers, beating the Reds 13-4. Rockies snap a 5-game skid. They beat the Angels 2-1. Logan Webb, the shutout mark for the Giants in a game that took an hour and 55 minutes. Giants won, A's nothing. NBA, Jared Allen of the Cavs, he signed a max contract extension for him. 3 years, $91 million, so he'll make $131 million over the next 5 years. Man, the Cavs are throwing around money like they have it. They're just signing everybody to max deals. That's a team who's won 1 playoff series in the last 2 years, but they're all in on them. No PGA Tour golf because they're playing the Olympics, but the LPGA Tour, those not in the Olympics, they're playing in Portland. College football, Sonny Dykes, he watched Nick Saban from afar and he said, why don't I start signing some analysts? So remember Dana Holgerson, West Virginia, Houston, he signed them. Remember Todd Graham, Hawaii, Arizona State? Yeah, he signed them. They're advanced scouts, / analysts. And I'm not making this final story up. Bill Belichick has signed another media deal. It's with Underdog Fantasy. It's a YouTube channel. The show will be called Coach, in which he will break down every team and every game. For fantasy purposes? Don't know. But wait, Mark, it gets better. Not only can you catch Coach on the Underdog Fantasy YouTube channel, but for the first time ever, feel free to contact Bill Belichick. His handle on X is @BillBelichickUD. That's right. Bill Belichick is on X. And he's taking your comments on his YouTube channel show.
I would think with his dating prowess, he'd be on Snapchat, not on X.
I'm not going to touch that because, first off, it's just really well enough on its own.
Thank you.
I don't think anything needs to be added, but very well played. Well played. That's right. So Bill Belichick is on the CW and the Underdog Fantasy YouTube channel. And he's on Twitter /X. What is the world coming to? And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Pat Kirwan coming up in 45 minutes. Where else but Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
It's a good point, Adam. Maybe Bill will sign up for the Fantasy Summit.
Ambient, one too many L's. It's one L, but it is chick.
Yep,
It's
that's how I
spelled-
remember it. It's
It's
Belichick.
spelled Belichick. Yes, you got that part of it right.
Oh, Rory McIlroy for birdie. He should miss it.
Boy, has Rory changed his tune on the Olympics. Remember, he didn't play in the first one. He's like, yeah, not sure golf should be in the Olympics. Now he's saying outside of the majors, it'd be the biggest thing in his career.
I thought he had a bronze in the last one. I thought he talked about how important it was to finish third. He's never tried so hard to finish third.
Well, but that was 2021. But the first time we did the golf in the Olympics again was 2016. He didn't even play.
His golf shouldn't be in the Olympics, but that's just me.
Really?
Golf shouldn't be in it. Tennis shouldn't be in it. Soccer shouldn't be in it.
Huh.
Andy, the guy I was having a couple of beers with yesterday, made a great point. If the Olympics is the best thing, like there's a better win in soccer, the World Cup, the Euros. They're bigger than the Olympics. Shouldn't be the third biggest tournament.
Okay. That's
An
interesting.
Olympic gold medal in golf is not the pinnacle of the golf world. Might be fifth. Might be. Well, 3-on-3. Don't get me started, EB. Although I think Rahm will play well. He's wearing pants.
Boy, that'll generate a lot of excitement, Irish football. Channel.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
A lot going on this first day of August. Hope your week is going well since we're over the hump and it's Thursday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A lot of business. This is a busier show than usual. We got a lot of announcements. First off, our poll question, what are you watching tonight? Because there is preseason football. So does the Olympics finally have some kind of television competition? All right, preseason football, the Olympics, or Major League Baseball? What are you watching tonight? That's our poll question.
Here. Major League Baseball's on there because David demanded it.
I did. I didn't demand it. I suggested it. All right. I just want to, give it to, the sport a little respect. I made a big deal about the trade deadline, plus today. I'll tell you why it made the survey. Because the Rays and Marlins, and along with the Braves and the Twins and those teams affected, are back on their Comcast Xfinity cable system as of today because the 3-month dispute with Bally's is over. So the Marlins are playing the Braves tonight. How fitting that the 7 Marlins fans and the hundreds of thousands of Braves fans can all watch the game tonight on their local cable channel, which is good because I believe the game's in Atlanta, and it was very embarrassing to not be able to watch the game in Atlanta from a fancy seat that has a TV in the stadium when beyond the right center field wall is the Comcast Xfinity corporate headquarters. So that's why baseball
was
made
a
the
bad
survey.
look in Atlanta.
It really was. The screen that said, sorry, we're having a dispute and you can't watch the game. Meanwhile, you're sitting in the 4th row at the game. Right. So that's why it made the survey, for the dispute being over. If it was July 31st, it still wouldn't have made the survey. So Olympics, preseason football, baseball, that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Okay. We have a new text line. The number's still the same, 21,000. But if you've been listening in this third act for the last 3 years, there was a different keyword. Well, now we're no longer associated with that company, or they're no longer associated with us. So we have our own keyword. And I've been demoted. The keyword is Miller. That's it. So text 21,000 to the keyword Miller.
You do that once, you're in. You can text as much or as little as you would like.
Moulton is not necessary. He does not have to be a part of this. And with good reason. Miller is easy to remember.
And it does say you opt in. There's a chance we can text you.
Right.
I don't do it very often, but I do respond to text. Someone said, someone said to me, or someone said on there, you don't even monitor the text line. Yes, I do.
Yeah, he's got it right in front of him.
I respond when I can. We get a lot of texts. We appreciate them. We read some on the air. I respond to some.
Also, as Mark so eloquently told me, well, yeah, I set up the damn text line, okay? So, yeah.
Moulton could have had the keyword himself. All he had to do was take the initiative to set up the text line.
And if it was up to me, well, then we wouldn't have a text line anymore because, well, I'm an idiot when it comes to stuff like that. And you all know that. So you're going to have to text back in if you haven't already. But 21,000, it's the same, number to text. But the keyword now is Miller. Do it once, you're in. Won't have to worry about it ever again. Go to millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit. It's back. All right. Tuesday, the 20th of August. So 2.5 weeks away, a little less than 3 weeks away. All right. Tuesday, August 20th, Fantasy Football Summit, Dr. Roto. All right. This is what, 3rd, 4th year running. All right. We're very excited about it. It's a nice little event. You get dinner, non-alcoholic drinks. You want to purchase an alcoholic drink, you can. All right. It's Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers. All right. Sign up, millerandmoulton.com. And trust me, all right, he is really good at this fantasy thing. Has his own website and everything. Dr. Roto, if you haven't seen him before, he'll be a regular on the show every Thursday again, but millerandmoulton.com, sign up, Fantasy Football Summit, presented by Floormeisters, and we thank Tim at Floormeisters for helping to make it happen. So there. You have a very controversial take. And we're not hot take people. We have our views, and some of them are more controversial than others. But this, I think, is one of the more controversial views that you've had in a while. You don't think certain sports should be in the Olympics.
I don't think golf should be in the Olympics. I don't think tennis should be in the Olympics. I don't think soccer should be in the Olympics.
Why?
What's the best trophy you can win in soccer? Because it sure as hell ain't a gold medal. It's the World Cup. The Olympics is supposed to be the pre-ultimate event in that sport. In swimming, there is nothing bigger. Not the World Championships. It's winning the gold medal. Gymnastics, it's winning the gold medal. Track and field, it's winning the gold medal. All of the other wild sports that we watch, from water polo to judo to archery.
Handball, right.
Handball, right. The biggest event is the Olympics.
Quick tangent. Is handball your summer Olympics curling?
It's either handball or water polo. I am so impressed by the athletes in water polo. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you tread water for an hour while someone's hanging on your shoulder as you're trying to fire a ball past someone. I think they're under-recognized athletes.
I mean, I have to admit, isn't that being a dad and playing with your 8 to 12-year-old in the pool?
No, because you can stand up. Do it in the deep end for an hour, David, and get back to me, okay?
An hour. Okay. I got to admit, I was good for 15 minutes back in the day. I really was. And they were hanging on. Hell, I had more than one kid hanging on me, and they weren't even mine.
Right. Could you touch the bottom with your feet while they were hanging on you?
Come to think of it, I could.
Right. Now do that when you could drown.
Okay. Well, you make a dadgum good point. All right. So that's your criteria then. Basically, if this isn't the biggest thing in this sport should not be in the Olympics.
Yes.
Well, then shouldn't basketball be out or no? I mean, you tell me.
I'm torn on basketball and hockey for this reason because, yeah, the Stanley Cup's the biggest thing, but there's no country event. There's no World Cup of hockey. There's no World Cup of basketball.
Well, there are the World Championships, though.
But they don't have anything. There's not a lot of meaning behind them. Guys come and go as they please. Hey, you just got knocked out of the playoffs. You want to go play in the World Championships? Yeah, right. I'll go over do it. Where's it at? No, I won't do it.
Right. It's actually a bigger deal in the under 18, under 19, because we're actually every country is sending, there's the rare teenager who's playing in the NHL. So every country is sending actually their best under 20 kids to play in those World Championships. But you're right. At the higher senior level, if you will, the best people are busy.
So I could, they've added these, they added golf, they've added tennis, and it's a TV driven ad. I don't think the Olympics needed to add these sports. TV said, hey, we need something with more stars in it.
Well, I think also the sports pushed for it because they wanted the visibility. They wanted the attention. All right. Golf made a major push to get back in the Olympics, and they only got back in it in 2016. They had been out for, I think, 100 years. So golf, this is according to you, these sports should not be in the Olympics, according to Mark Miller. Golf, tennis, soccer. You're willing to keep basketball in?
Yes.
Any other sport that you see, you go, now, never mind the sports that they've added, like, now they've added 3-on-3. I mean,
3-on-3 is ridiculous. The fact that breakdancing is an Olympic sport is embarrassing to sports.
How about in 4 years when flag football is an Olympic sport?
Oh, good gracious.
And the NFL's, thrilled.
Of course they are. It gives them a worldwide audience.
Pushed for it. Plus, also, what do you get then with flag football? You get women playing. You have a women's division. What is the NFL trying to do? The NFL is trying to still be a viable thing with women. Okay, because women grow up and become moms, and then they're worried about their sons playing football and getting injured. And so the NFL is lobbying women hard that, hey, we're fun, we're good, we're necessary. Yeah, it's a little more dangerous than most sports, but, check out the concussion levels in soccer while you're at it. We're okay. So your big three that you would eliminate, because there's no PGA Tour event this week, which I'm a little surprised about. That they couldn't even they have a bunch of events that aren't elevated events they just had the 3M Open. That was not a good field at all.
No, it would be even worse this week, though, because obviously you're not getting any of the elite players. But you have to remember there's a lot of players that are that second group of PGA Tour players that are playing for their country this week.
Oh, I know. So there's no
Villegas is playing for Colombia, and guys that are lower rung tour players are in the Olympics.
The LPGA Tour, for what it's worth, is in Portland this week. They're playing. But so you would go no golf, no tennis, no soccer.
Correct.
But you'd stick with basketball.
I would.
And then in every other sport, you just have a criteria.
I'm not a big fan of all the X Games sports that have been moved in the Olympics, but
right.
I get it.
Well, let me ask you this, though, and I'm with you. It's not our thing. But what do you think if you're competing in X Games sports? What do you think's bigger, winning an X Game medal or winning an Olympic medal?
David, I have no clue, and I'm not trying to duck the question. I don't know what that group thinks.
Okay.
There's part of me that thinks that they would like the X Games better because it's more theirs.
Baseball and softball are coming back in 2028, right? When LA has the Summer Olympics. Obviously, we're big in those sports, and the IOC catered to us and brought baseball and softball back.
And I think the World Baseball Classic did a very good job. I think an Olympic medal is cooler than the World Baseball Classic.
Okay. Even though we don't send, we don't send Aaron Judge to the Olympics.
No, we don't.
I would, by the way, 2028. And baseball is actually discussing making arrangements in 2028 to send their best players to the Olympics. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. They're in the store nearly every day, and along with their team, offering a warm, caring, and personal connection. One where every moment is an invitation to elegance and sophistication. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, H. Affy, Baraggio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and designed in the U.S. and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to sharing the stories behind these notable partnerships with you. Discover the meticulous craftsmanship and unparalleled beauty that define each piece of jewelry as you embark on a journey of timeless elegance. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed and that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, Ambient, if they've added 3-on-3 basketball, then I think pickleball is a possibility. Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for watching and listening. I'm all for softball in the Olympics too, and I do think winning, Mark's criteria, which, by the way, for what it's worth, I'm very impressed with. Mark, you got me to do something which is hard to do.
What is that?
Well, you know how, like, if I say something and your first reaction is, that's ridiculous. And then I go, no, give me 30 seconds. And after 30 seconds, you go, that's actually interesting. That's what you did with me. My first reaction was, man, what's wrong with you? And you go, no, hear me out. 30 seconds later, I went, actually, it makes a dadgum good point. Hadn't thought about it that way. Listening to a differing point of view and actually giving it a chance. We used to do that in this country.
By the way, and I shouldn't even do that on here, did you happen to hear Jon Stewart's bit on Kamala? Almost sent it to you yesterday. I saw it on TikTok. Funny's funny.
Yeah, it is.
And he's funny. And his writers are funny.
Yes. And I will say his work on behalf of the 9/11 people has been heroic.
Mm-hmm.
And by people, I mean victims. Oh, no, Guillermo, politics is hysterical, but that's a whole other point.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Welcome back. 21 minutes past the hour. Hope your week is going well. You're over the hump. It's the first day of August. We got preseason football tonight, which is partly why our poll question is what it is. So what are you watching tonight? There's actually something besides the Olympics that you could argue, hey, I got to put this on. And then the other people in the room go, what are you doing? But we got preseason football tonight. We do have Major League Baseball. And, of course, we have the Olympics. What are you watching tonight? That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit presented by Floormeisters. It's Tuesday, August 20th. It's in Fort Myers. Dr. Roto, the star, answering all of your questions. You get a meal with it. millerandmoulton.com. Sign up. It's a limited seating event. Not a lot of places pull off something like this. We're proud of this. It's a big opportunity for you. He wins money playing fantasy football. Isn't that what you're trying to do? millerandmoulton.com, Dr. Roto the Star, Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's at Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers, millerandmoulton.com to sign up.
So 2 years ago for the summit, I don't know if I paid enough attention. I was there kind of helping run, get things organized, but I wasn't all in to what Doc was doing. Last year, I was all in. I was an attendee. I wasn't really there for any other reason. I mean, I talked with all the folks that came, got everybody signed in, but then it was lock on to what Doc has to say.
Right.
Cashed my first ticket.
Yeah.
Probably been playing fantasy football for close to 18, 20 years. Well, at least 20 years. I've been doing it longer than I've been doing this show. And we've been at it for 18 years. And
you finally cashed.
I finally won a league.
It's because you listened to an expert.
Exactly.
Funny how that works. So millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit. It's fun. It really is. And it's informative. So
it's informative if you play in a year-long league, you play in a dynasty league, you play in a keeper league, you play in daily fantasy, Doc will help you out with whatever fantasy that you play. And you walk out with your cheat sheet for the year. You walk out with a lot of information. It's a good night. Dinner, couple drinks, Dr. Roto. Great night. August 20th. Sign up, millerandmoulton.com.
You've heard in the last week and a half, we've had some changes to the show, new ownership, as they like to say. And because of it, you need to make a subtle change with our text line. The number's still the same, 21,000, but you have to change your keyword. The old keyword doesn't work anymore, so you need to go Miller. Moulton's been demoted. All right. So 21,000, keyword Miller. All right. Moulton's been demoted the way Mark wants to demote tennis, golf, and soccer out of the Olympics. His criteria is very simple. If it's not the biggest thing in that sport, then it shouldn't be in the Olympics, because the Olympics are the biggest thing in all the other sports.
Texter sent in, I'd keep soccer because it's U23 for men's. Women's need eyes, hence the big names. And that is true. The Olympic soccer is different than World Cup soccer from a qualification standpoint. You have to be under the age of 23 on the men's side.
Right. I think they allow up to 3 people per country to be older than 23. I think you're allowed 3 veterans, if you will, but nobody's like throwing in the ringer. Like,
what is this, ECHL hockey, for crying out loud?
I'm pretty sure I read that. Okay, that you're allowed 3, quote, veterans, but like Argentina's not throwing in Messi. I mean, no one's throwing in, their ringer, if you will, but it's just people who have, been a part of the national team. And so, but yes, Mark, it's very much the 29-year-old veteran captain on the ECHL hockey team surrounded by a bunch of 22-year-olds. Yes. So anyway, so sign up millerandmoulton.com for the Fantasy Football Summit. You use the keyword Miller to reestablish yourself in our text line at 21,000. I'm just going to, this may be too big of a conclusion on my part, but for months, Mark, after the women's basketball tournament, we asked the question, so are you guys going to watch Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese when they go to the WNBA? And the overwhelming response was no. I'm only watching them because they're representing Iowa and LSU and South Carolina and the UConn. Well, the 400,000 viewers per game has now become like 1.5 million viewers per game. And Caitlin Clark's drawn between 2 and 3 million people when she plays on television. Now, that's not the 14 and 17 million that she was drawing in the NCAA tournament, but still, on a Tuesday night going up against baseball and other things, 2 million people are like turning on CBS Sportsnet, for goodness sakes, and watching the WNBA. Mark, did you see the numbers that the women's gymnastics drew? Was it 2 afternoons ago when U.S. women won the team title?
Was it like 12 plus million?
It was over 13.
Okay.
It was over 13 million. All right. First off, that's Thursday night NFL numbers on Amazon. Just for the record, you want to compare streaming service to streaming service, Peacock, if you will, to, 13.7 million. That's number one. Number two, outrated every game in the NBA Finals. Obviously outrated every game in the Stanley Cup Finals. I mean, 13.7 million. Early afternoon.
Combination of Peacock and linear television.
To watch gymnastics.
Well,
is this simply...
I mean, hold on here. To watch gymnastics, yes, but to watch the greatest gymnast who's ever competed.
Okay.
We love to watch greatness.
Okay. But let's be honest. Okay. We as Americans have been pretty discriminatory against female athletic greatness. We have not watched a lot of it. We have not supported it to the level that those athletes have been great. We haven't. You and I have caught a lot of grief over the years how much we talked about Serena Williams And people were like, "Oh, please give it up already." It's like, I don't know what to tell you. She's the best one to ever do it. Okay.
And you know
People are
where
like,
she
yeah,
was while everybody was watching Simone Biles in the Olympics? She was in the crowd
right.
watching greatness.
Now, maybe this is just a Caitlin Clark, Simone Biles thing. Maybe this is, just the Magic, the Larry, the Jordan type, phenomenon. And this
And
is
add
gonna,
a comeback for Simone. Think about 4 years ago how she was being trashed.
oh yeah, she choked, right?
She
I mean,
choked.
come on. She
And
choked.
if you said that, you got a lot of grief because you're not supposed to say that. She had the twisties. Well, which one was it?
Right. What is that? Is that nerves? Is that, all I know is she was supposed to win 4 events and she got 1 bronze medal. And we didn't even win the team gold because she sucked so much. That was the storyline that largely didn't get said. Okay. Because women's sports also doesn't get covered like men's sports. If that was LeBron James, oh my goodness, what would have been said about LeBron James? But this is an interesting phenomenon we got going on right now, though. We got 17 million people watching Caitlin Clark play college basketball. We now have 2 to 3 million people watching the WNBA if certain people are playing in the game. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we had nearly 14 million people in this country watching women's gymnastics, i.e. Simone Biles. Now, does this, she's pretty much indicated she's done in the next week. When she's, she has not indicated she's going to L.A. Katie Ledecky, by the way, won a gold last night and said, I know I'll be 31, but I fully intend to be swimming in Los Angeles.
Which is remarkable.
I know. But there is an interesting little phenomenon going on right now in this country. We are watching a lot of women's sports for whatever the reason.
Greatness, David. We're seeing things that we've never seen before.
Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan, his training camp tours are underway. We'll catch up with Pat next on Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Good morning, boys.
Hey.
Hi, Pat.
How are you, man?
How you feeling with all your traveling?
I get the same old airplane cold everyone gets. Jim and I are both jamming Zycam in there all day, trying to make sure we get through the show. But it's all good.
Where are you?
I am in Pittsburgh.
All right.
You in Latrobe?
I am in Latrobe, as they say here. If you say Latrobe, they know you're not from here.
Is that like when Jim Miller says Detroit?
Yeah, or Zig Fricase calls it Detroit. I'd fire him for that. I said, what are you, like a Canadian Indian or something? Detroit. And he says it a lot. Yeah, it's okay. Things are going great. It's just moving along here. We've had some complications. Mike Kinahan, his wife got COVID on Saturday. So he was quarantined in the house with the kids. He hasn't even gotten here yet. We're on stop 4.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, and he may not make it till next week sometime because he got sick 2 days ago. So he has to be in for at least 4 days. It's just a beautiful thing.
So Patriots, Bills, Lions, correct?
Patriots, Bills, Lions. Yeah, and I have and Tomlin this morning. So I can talk a little bit about them because there's some structural things that are pretty different here now. So yeah, those are the teams.
Okay.
And let's see. Right after the Steelers, we're going Cleveland, Washington, Baltimore.
You guys are not stopping Hall of Fame weekend at all, right?
No, I vote it down every year because we lose 2 camp stops by doing it. And with all due respect to the inductees, I'm just sitting there watching it, and I can't. And personally, the way camps close up so early, I can't afford to be doing that. Just doesn't work out real well. You know, when Carol went in or something like that, that was different. I didn't care, but I do care now because you never can get close to reality. Get all my notes out here. Let's see. Quick notes to you guys. Drake May did not look good.
Oh, well.
He's not going to be ready this year.
Drake May, I was wrong about Josh Allen because Josh is one of the very few that completed 57% in college and became better on Sundays. But Drake May's got a lot of Josh Allen in him, Pat.
No, he doesn't.
Well, in terms of size, skill set, but not always
not the athlete.
Not,
and not slow release. I mean, Josh Allen's he's a bit of a trained killer with the football. He can really whip it.
He sure can.
Like the tight end said to me, he goes, I run 18-yard dig routes and the ball's on me. He goes, he doesn't care about coverage. He puts it on my right shoulder, my left, wherever I want it. 18-yard dig routes. He goes, I don't think anybody can stop the guy.
Oh, what amazes me is how much he runs and how many times he gets hit and how he's yet to miss a game due to injury. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, he's very physical.
Yes.
He had a little something happened the other day at practice. Some offensive lineman got knocked down by a pass rusher, a defensive tackle, and all of a sudden the 2 players were on the ground right at his ankles, and they didn't blow the whistle. He was like, we're trying to do this without me running all the time. But it was pretty funny. But yeah, he's something. 15 rushing touchdowns last year, only second in the league to most. It's 15. And everyone says Lamar's a better runner. He's not a better runner. He's just not. He might be fun to watch because he cuts in and out. This guy just runs people over. Lamar had 5 rushing touchdowns. He had 15. I don't know. You tell me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Matt Baker of the Tampa Bay Times, talk a little college football 1 hour from now. But Pat Kirwan's kind enough to join us, making time for us on his training camp tours. They are well underway. He is at the Steelers camp today. He'll talk with Mike Tomlin in an hour. We'll get to that in a moment. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Coming later this month, the Lakewood Ranch, Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. All right, Pat, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
You've done Patriots, you've done Bills, you've done Lions. I know it seems, like you're on concert tour. You don't know what city you're in and what have you, but let's go Patriots first. What'd you see?
Work in progress. For sure, they're going to have a lot of struggles. I think it's going to be a season where you hope you got your draft picks and your young players a lot of work. It might be time. I don't want to throw in the flag here, but it might be time to take your over 30 guys and move them. Matt Judon comes to mind. To me, when I walked out of there, I felt, Anthony Jennings played a lot last year because Judon was out. In fact, he played 677 plays. I think it's time to say, we're not going very far. Let's get what we can for guys like Judon and move on. That's the first impression. The second impression is Drake May did not look like he was ready for prime time and starting. I thought, in fact, I didn't think I'd ever say this. Joe Moulton was out playing him at practice. Joe will struggle when they start blitzing and everything else. That's when he's had problems. But throwing the ball and all the drills, he as he did at the Senior Bowl, he looks phenomenal. It's game time. Drake May just looks like it's going to take a while. And I was charting his passing. On 7-on-7, last thing I'll say, most coaches think he should be 100% completion. And at the worst, 90%. But he was 2 out of 6, 2 out of 7. And so he's got a ways to go. I'm not panicking because you brought it up last week. Stroud looked terrible early. So that's where he is right now. He does not look like he's ready. And I'm not here to badmouth him. I like the guy a lot. But slow release, kind of still thinking about what he's supposed to do, where to go, trying to find the second or third guy, bit of a problem.
Is it that the offense just seems to be over his head right now? Because I thought, the talk on May is that he's a really smart cat and knew what he was doing. So is it just a little overwhelming? This is just to being a rookie, or is there flaws in his game that you see, Pat?
Well, I don't like the release. It's a little slow. I think once he knows what he's doing, it'll pick up and he'll show us the athleticism we know he has. But right now, to answer your first question, I'm going to be playing Jacoby Brissett until further notice.
And I think the Patriots feel that way also. All right. Bills, a very interesting team because they're still considered a contender and may still be the best team in the East. Certainly they are until proven otherwise. However, Pat, I think most of us feel their roster isn't as good this time this year as it was this time last year.
Interesting observation. I counted 18 veterans that were on the roster last year are not on the roster right now. Now, are they all important? No, but they've got a bunch of guys that played 700 plays, 800. Jonah Jackson, 798. Josh Reynolds, 832. So they've got a lot of guys that played a lot. So yeah, there's a transformation of those. But because of the quarterback and the 2 tight ends, the offense is going to come along pretty quickly. They've got a nice offensive line. They've got 2 tight ends, and this quarterback can throw to tight ends like there's no tomorrow, and they can run the ball.
You don't think they'll miss Morse at center?
They don't appear to worry about it.
Okay.
And would I? Well, I think we're going to talk about the Steelers in a few minutes, and they let their center go, who had 1,100 plays. So here's a team that let their center go, and he had a ton of plays. So, yeah, I do think that's an issue, but the quarterback's a total veteran now, and he can handle bringing a young quarterback. Remember how when Brady was in his prime and along comes David Andrews, rookie, undrafted out of Georgia? He hasn't left the field yet. So I do think veteran quarterbacks can handle that, and there's good players around them. I wasn't a big fan of Torrance, but he is in terrific shape. So I think the line's good. The tight ends are good. The receivers will come along. We'll go from there. And Curtis Samuel, one of the few hybrid players. They had him in the backfield running plays. They had him at receiver. They're going to do the Debo thing with Samuel. So that'll be an interesting twist to what's going on there.
Pat, it sounds like you're comfortable with now Josh Allen making receivers better. And I don't know if that's always been the case, but losing Diggs and losing other receivers, sounds like you're comfortable saying that Allen can help make these young receivers better.
I said to Sean McDermott and to Brandon Bean, I said, no, I didn't say it because they didn't know. I said it for a historical note to the listeners. Every quarterback that plays 15 years goes through 4 sets of receivers. These receivers are not playing 15 years. You might have one that goes 10 or 12, but so he's in the transition to the next set of receivers, and he's capable of helping them do it. I think the young Coleman kid, you're not going to ask him to do a lot, but he's got vertical speed, and he's also a ridiculously good slant route runner, and he puts it on him and then let him do what he does with it. So I think he's going to get through that. And I would think when I looked at Coleman and Samuel, who's a veteran, and Shakir, those guys will be good enough for them to get by. Look, people don't like to compare anyone to Mahomes, but look at Mahomes. He's had a transition with the receivers twice already. They won a Super Bowl without Tyreek.
New safeties.
That's an interesting spot.
Yes. But they get Milano back, which will help because teams just lined up and shoved the ball right down the Bills, right up the middle because they were injured last year.
Yeah, they were. And I do like the safety conversation. Brought it up to Sean. I said, Sean, everyone who plays you tells me your safeties make life difficult. There's lots of disguise, hide, everything else. He said, we're not up to that. But I do have speed on the field now. It was kind of almost like saying, we're going to do a little different here. He's moving along with that. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to get the safeties to look like the other guys. But, Micah still gets dead arm pains and everything else. So he was not playing. And they just tried to say, we're moving on from Jordan. But Taylor Rapp will keep it glued together, if you will, until they get everything else. Mike Edwards is out for 3 weeks. So we're going to find out a lot about Cole Bishop. And he's on the field, and he's doing pretty good.
All right, the Lions. A year ago, they were a team that people thought highly of and thought, well, let's see what this team can do. Now that they've done it, how different did they look in camp from this year than they did a year ago, Pat?
Yeah, the theme there, for sure, was we're going to tear down our mindset here. We're not going to take the cheese, as Bill Parcells would say, and start talking about ourselves in a good sense. Dan Campbell was riding them hard, and they wanted to be ridden hard. Belichick was the master of reloading after Super Bowl wins. They haven't gone that far yet, but I don't think when I went there with that on my mind, Mark, what are they going to look like? How are they going to talk? I left there feeling like their egos are in check. They know they didn't make it to the big game. I think that's the value of having Goff. Goff, who went to a Super Bowl and didn't win, kind of left that game with a bitter taste. And I think he, more than any of the other guys, is directing them into, we haven't done a thing yet. So I don't worry about that part. They are very talented. And they're getting what appears to be excellent production out of Jameson, which they never really had. If you look at Jameson, it's kind of up and down. He had a suspension. He had injuries. Now they got so many people that can catch the ball. And the quarterback looks terrific. And this is the best offensive line in the NFL.
But defensively is the reason why they didn't get to the Super Bowl. I mean, they had a 2-score lead, and they couldn't hold it. They don't have a pass rusher besides Hutchinson. Their secondary was not good. Their linebackers were below average, in my opinion. How much better are the Lions, who just lost a defensive lineman, a rotation lineman for the year due to an ACL or an MCL injury the other day? When you look at the Lions on that side of the ball, Pat, they at least got to get above average to pretty good if they're going to go and win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, so let me start in the secondary because they're going to take Brian Branch and put him at safety. And they're going to play a lot of big nickel. And they think Melifonwu, who played pretty well down the stretch and had over 400 plays, is going to be the guy that has to slide up and play the will sometimes, which everyone wants one of those guys. Branch is going to go to safety, end of matchup problems. Tight ends that flex out and all that, running backs that go in motion and get to the X position. They think Branch is the adjuster. He was the nickel back, but they like him now in a 3-safety rotation. So I kind of like that, and they like Carlton Davis if they can keep him healthy. Carlton played over 700 plays, so that's their answer there. The answer to the pass rush thing isn't in place yet. They're talking about Davenport, but a guy who had 118 plays last year, who came in the interview and said to them, I have a lot to prove. I haven't done a thing yet compared to where I was drafted. To me, this is the team that should be calling New England and looking for the pass rusher.
And they have cap room too. They can afford $6 million for Judon. My understanding is, as of 2 months ago, they had $40 million available. Now they've signed a couple guys to extensions. We don't know. Yeah, so I mean, they should be fortifying this roster.
They should be. Back to your third observation, inside stopping the run. I think they'll be better with now. Jack Campbell's going to be starting. They are training Barnes to be the Sam. They don't play a lot of base defense. So the Sam plays 20% of the time. But the inside situation is still an issue. Readers on PUP. They're asking the kid, Broderick Martin, the rookie, and Dan Campbell was very clear with me. He's not ready. He's raw. He still makes mistakes. And he only played 28 plays last year. How fast would they be down to him? And then the run problem would be going on. They're looking around, believe me. Aleem McNeil's a good player. Onzariki is finally healthy. Only 132 plays last year, but they think he's ready for a 600-play load. I don't know. Up front, a pass rusher and another big body inside. Yeah, I'd be doing that.
I know you haven't been to Pittsburgh, but as you get ready to talk with the Steelers today, Pat, I was reading some stuff yesterday that the offensive line was mauling the defense. That's got to be great news to Steelers fans. They really want to change the way they do things up front on offense, don't they?
They do. And when you dive into the specifics of mauling, you're talking about 3 rookies. They're in love with 3 rookies. I've talked to some people getting ready for this. They are ready and very happy that at least 2 rookies will start on the offensive line. Frazier at center, and then the kid Fuantu at tackle. But right behind him is McCormick. And both guys I talked to said, keep your eye on McCormick. He's going to find his way onto the field as a starter. So that's a good news. I don't think Justin Fields is practicing and playing as well as everyone's being told. He's had a lot of issues where it holds the ball, same stuff. Jimmy Miller studied this guy inside out. We talked to someone last night. You know, he's still doing that. We're going to see Russell. Russell will be back on the field. I think Russell will just take over this thing as soon as he gets back. Now, there's a team that's in transition 3 places. They're overhauling the receiver group. They obviously blew up the quarterback room and the cornerbacks on defense. There's going to be a lot of radical change. In the secondary, you might only see 2 of the 5 starters because of the way they play nickel. So those 3 position groups are the ones you want to watch to see how they look.
Any concerns about Russ? I mean, Russ has never been hurt in his career, especially in July and August. I mean, he missed a week, for goodness sakes. Is he okay?
Russell missed 1 practice in Seattle in his career. 1 practice. And he wanted to go out and Pete wouldn't let him. Russell's almost, the Iron Man. But, the week off for him, I think to stand there and realize you're human. And I know he worked out like crazy this year, so he'll be fine. I'll report back on that when I talk to you next because I'll see him all day today. They have a long practice and they have a scrimmage tomorrow night.
Got about 45 seconds. Are camps different? Have you noticed any difference this year than in past years?
Yeah, they're all panicking about the kickoff. they're all experimenting with all kinds of things. I will say I got a chance to watch 2 teams working on it. I don't want to talk about their names because they didn't want me to, but I think more and more coaches by the time we get to September are not going to kick off as much as everyone thinks. There are big gaping lanes, and I think you're going to see a lot of coaches go, the hell with it, kick it into the end zone, put the ball in the 30. 2 places we're not convinced their coverage unit was going to handle it.
Interesting. Very interesting because, that with kickers nowadays, that means you're about 30 yards away from points. So that would be interesting.
Well, the kick return might be 31 yards away from an extra point.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, which is weekdays 3 to 7. He's doing his training camp tours with his co-host Jim Miller. Pat will join us once again twice a week during the season, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Say hi to Coach Tomlin for us, and we'll talk next week.
Very good, guys. Thank you.
Pat Kirwan, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Got a lot of insight there, I thought.
Jumped through 4 teams pretty darn quickly. And he's got Pittsburgh today. So we'll jump back into that with Pat on our next visit. Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show? Go to millerandmoulton.com. Text the show 21,000. The new keyword is Miller.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago, far before it met you. Its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller. And I'm at the David Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Ambien, I don't know if he's getting to Denver. Like Pat goes from Pittsburgh to Cleveland. I think he'll do one of the 3 Florida teams. I think he's getting Atlanta. I don't know if Pat's getting to the western half. I know he's not going to the West Coast. So I don't know if he's going to Denver. Okay, Johnny O.
Enjoy the Berg.
I'll be there the end of October for the Giants on Monday night.
Twenty seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on Miller and Moulton, at least for those in the 239 and the 904. It's the final hour of the show in Lake City and Port Charlotte and Venice. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Matt Baker, who covers college football extensively for the Tampa Bay Times. He will join us coming up in a little more than 35 minutes. All right, preseason football tonight. We just had Pat Kirwan, so we're kind of feeling it. We're foaming at the mouth a little bit, getting in a 3-point stance. The magic numbers are getting small. 5 weeks tonight, Ravens and Chiefs, Mark. We're doing this football thing, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you mean, and I'm guessing our audience is a little fired up because that was some detailed training camp information, rapid fire with Pat. We went through 4 teams pretty damn quickly.
And if you missed the interview with Pat Kirwan, go to MillerandMoulton.com before lunch. Okay,
by
an hour.
10:30. By 10:30.
Oh,
I'm telling you right now, this is done by 10:30. That's the way it works.
So there you go. Mark Miller on top of it, co-host, lead producer, chief engineer, okay, in charge of all the social media. And that's why I am off the text line. All right. For those that, signed up over the last 3 years, you have to re-sign up to the text line. You have to text 21,000 again, but a new keyword, and it's simply Miller. As he says, you have 1 job. Well, 2. I've got 5. Okay, so it's just keyword is Miller. 21,000, keyword Miller. You're back in the text line, and let us know what is on your mind. Mark, our friends at Pro Football Network, and they are friends because they come on the show every week during the season, and they've committed to doing it again on Wednesdays at around 7:35 throughout the season. They got a computer, and they, threw all their info in it, spit it out, and this is their playoff seeding projection for the 2024 season. Pro Football Network. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Both conferences have something in common. They have 3 divisions that get 2 teams and 1 division that only gets 1 team.
So I would guess the AFC West is only getting 1 team.
Correct. What division in the NFC do you think will only get one team?
The NFC South.
Incorrect. It is the NFC West.
Ooh. So not a lot of love to the Rams by the folks at Pro Football Network or
even the Seahawks, who won 9 games again and had won 9 the year before and then all that. Okay. So basically 2-2-2-1 in both conferences is how Pro Football Network has it. Let's go AFC first. In the AFC East, who are the 2 teams that make it?
Dallas and Philadelphia.
Oh, I went AFC. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
AFC
we'll stay with it.
I'm sorry, AFC East. I just that's my fault. AFC East, the Bills and the Jets.
Bills and the Dolphins.
Ooh, no Jets.
No Jets. That's number 1. Number 2, their division winner is the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins with the 2 seed. Now, that sounds crazy, right? If the Dolphins had beaten the Titans last year, that's exactly what they would have been. But a year later, Pro Football Network picking the Dolphins as the 2, the Bills as the 6. Okay. AFC North. We know 2 teams make the playoffs. Who are they?
Baltimore and Cincinnati.
You are correct. They have the Bengals winning the division. And in fact, Mark, they have the road to the Super Bowl in the AFC going through Cincinnati.
Oh, boy.
The Bengals are the 1.
That defense will have to play a hell of a lot better because the offense, believe it or not, last year was not that team's problem. They couldn't stop anybody by the end of the year.
No, Jake Browning also put up very impressive numbers. The Ravens sneak in as the 7. So that means, by the way, the first round playoff game in Miami is the Dolphins hosting the Ravens. Okay. To the AFC South, 2 teams make it. Who are they?
Houston and Jacksonville.
Houston and Indianapolis.
Come on.
Just telling you. They won 9 games last year with Minshew. And
their quarterback play is going to go backward this year.
Maybe.
He can't play.
Well, then maybe Joe Flacco comes in. He helped lead the Browns to 11. Maybe Flacco saves the day. Put it this way, Mark. They have the Texans winning the division again. So they're the 3 seed for what it's worth. So to review, Cincy the 1, Miami the 2, Houston the 3.
But that makes Kansas City the 4.
Correct. The Chiefs were the 3 last year. All right. Chiefs with a harder schedule. The Chiefs have suffered some losses too. Now, I could argue they're better in spots, but they have suffered particularly on defense. They lost their best corner. They also lost some depth in their front 7. But okay. But here's the other thing, Mark. This is how high Pro Football Network is on the Colts. They have the Colts as the 5 seed. Remember, because Buffalo's the 6 and Baltimore's the 7. So the Colts are going to go to Kansas City and play the Chiefs in a 4-5 first-round game. So according to Pro Football Network, Cincy, Miami, Houston, Kansas City, your division winners, Colts, Bills, Ravens, your wild cards. That would mean, by the way, 2 teams making the playoffs who didn't make the playoffs a year ago in the Bengals and the Colts. And they each won 9 games last year. So it's really not that outrageous.
I hate doing this, but can we just do a quick schedule game with the Colts?
Okay.
They open with Houston.
At
Green Bay. Home for Chicago. Home for Pittsburgh. Just those first 4. They've got to be 2-2 there, and I don't know how many times they're going to be favored in the first 4.
Well, they'll be favored against the Bears, but okay, let's just say they're 2-2. Go.
At Jacksonville.
Okay, they own Jacksonville for the record.
At Tennessee.
Okay.
So you're saying they're 4-2.
Well, or they got to get a split. 2 road division games, they got to get a split.
Okay. Home for Miami.
Okay.
At Houston. At Minnesota, that's got to be a win, by the way.
Yeah, it does.
Home for Buffalo. At the Jets, home for Detroit.
These are not easy games.
Then
These are not easy games.
No, then they're at New England, at Denver, home for Tennessee.
That's got to be WWW, by the way.
And then at the Giants. But that's 3 road games that you've got to win all of them.
I understand, but that's got to be 4 straight wins.
And then home for Jacksonville.
So, okay, to the NFC.
Indianapolis starting out 1-4, by the way, just for the record.
Right. To the NFC. Remember, 2-2-2-1 in terms of playoff teams. East, North, South, West. And I'll just tell you right now, the winner of the West is the Niners. And they're the 2 seed. So let's go to the East. The 2 playoff teams are?
Philadelphia and Dallas.
They are. Who wins the division?
Philadelphia.
Dallas, according to Pro Football Network. And they're the number 1 seed.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Uh-huh. So they're all in, just like Jera. They're all in on the Cowboys. Eagles, the 5 seed, for what it's worth. Okay. To the north we go.
Detroit and Green Bay.
Detroit and Chicago.
Damn.
Detroit, the 3, the Bears, the 6. So they'd actually be a first-round playoff game.
Which means that Tampa Bay and Atlanta are the last 2 in.
Mm-hmm.
And my guess is they're going to have Atlanta winning the division.
And they did. The Falcons, the 4 seed, the Bucks, the 7. So the NFC is Dallas, San Francisco, Detroit, Atlanta, Philly, Chicago, Tampa Bay, the wild cards. First round playoffs, Tampa at Frisco, Bears at Lions, Eagles at Falcons. Number of new playoff teams in the NFC, 2, Atlanta and Chicago. So 2 new playoff teams in each conference, according to Pro Football Network. Only the Chiefs and the Niners get in the respective Western divisions. The Bengals and the Cowboys are your number 1 seeds. The Colts and the Bears are wild cards. Probably the most surprising thing on the list.
So they have the Colts, they have the Bears, they have the Falcons. What other new playoff teams do they have from a year ago?
Cincinnati.
So
2 in each teams. Yeah, 2 in each conference. Yep.
Which probably isn't enough. Usually there's a little more changeover than that.
Usually it's 5
playoffs.
5 or 6. Now that we've gone to 14 teams as well. It's 5 or 6 usually new playoff teams. Pro Football Network going with 4. So there you have it. I mean, they do this for a living. You decide how much of it's clickbait. I mean, I will say, making the Bengals the 1 seed, that's not clickbait. Putting the Colts in as the wild card, I mean, if you're trying to get clicks, you don't ride the Colts. You ride the Steelers. You want to get clicks. Now, NFC, also, Cowboys is a 1 seed. Okay, but no Packers. I mean, seriously. Now, you put the Bears in, though. Okay.
That's interesting, to say the least. Boy, oh boy, would the football world love the Dallas Cowboys to be the 1 seed. On all fronts.
Yes. I think Fox in particular would really, they have the Super Bowl, and goodness knows they'll get every Cowboys home playoff game. So there you have it.
But on the no clickbait side, you'd put the Jets in there if you want clickbait. You really would.
Right.
So it's their predictions. That's what they think. Pro Football Network. They'll join us every week during the football season this year on Miller and Moulton.
By the way, there's a report that, remember, it was 2-3 days ago, the Bucks and Tristan Wirfs were very far apart. Apparently, they're not far apart at all. We'll tell you about their deal on the other side. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation, and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. That packet number 2 of the Oreos?
3.
Oh, okay. My daughter and I made a deal. We get the big thing of Oreos that has 30 regular Oreos. There's 2 cookies in a pack, 20 double stuff, and then 10 of the golden Oreos. I'm not allowed to touch any of the golden Oreos or any of the double stuffed, but I am allowed to have the regular Oreo.
You're not allowed to touch the double stuff?
No, those are the daughters.
Wow. That's funny, Realtor Clark.
They the guy from France there that's winning all the medals in swimming, David.
Yeah, is it Marchand?
Yeah. He they obviously they show the race, and they showed the replay of the race, and they just show Phelps, who's with Tirico in the studio. Tirico was starting to laugh so hard watching Phelps root. It's actually pretty funny. I mean, to see the arguably greatest swimmer ever get that excited about another swimmer is pretty cool.
Totally. So they apparently are the swimmers. I love the fact that I guess this is true, but it's a slow pool.
Yes.
There are like no world records being set. There are only a few Olympic records being set. And the swimmers are like, what the heck?
It's too shallow, apparently.
Is that it?
I was actually listening to a little bit of the Dan Patrick show, and they talked about the depth of the pool, and apparently swimmers want the pool to be deeper. A faster pool is a deeper pool.
Interesting.
Or a deeper pool is a faster pool. I said that backward, but
yeah, I would want the fastest. I mean, come on, I want a record every race.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Thursday. It's the 1st of August. We've got preseason football tonight. It's why I'm in Akron. Hall of Fame game, Bears, Texans, or at least people who are wearing Bears and Texans helmets and jerseys. Don't know how many of them will be Bears and Texans a month from now, but for tonight, they're Bears and Texans. And it's part of our poll question. Are you going to watch the Bears and Texans, or are you like, hell no, it's the Olympics, dude. Watching the Olympics. Or, no, man, Comcast Xfinity. You know, I got my Bally Sports back. I'm watching my baseball.
no, David, they're not watching baseball.
Well,
I know, and it was, I love your trying. I love your effort. I love your enthusiasm.
I'm selling it.
You're throwing a knuckle curve. I mean, I love every part of it.
You know, I was always a fan of Bert Hooten and the knuckle curve. I was. Listen, Mark, somebody has to promote baseball because I don't know that baseball's promoting baseball. So, listen, is the General Manager of the Year award, should we already give it to Jason Light of the Bucks? Even if they go 6-11 or 11-6 or whatever it is they're going to go? I mean, Mark, what an offseason Jason Light has had in the last 4 or 5 months.
He really has.
Wow.
He's the only one to get a quarterback on a discount.
He gets Baker for 3 and either 100 or 105, depending on where you look. So that's 33 to 35 a year. We all know what quarterbacks are getting. He gets Mike Evans to re-sign for 2 for either 41 or 43, depending on where you get your info. That's basically $21 million a year for a number one wide receiver. Number one wide receivers are getting 31 and 33 million a year. He's getting bad number 2 wide receiver money. Mike Evans is. But then, Mark, he goes the other way with the young vets, if you will. He makes Antoine Winfield the highest paid safety in the game. 4 for 84, 21 million. And moments ago, Mark, he made Tristan Wirfs the highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history, at least for the moment. 5 for 140 and change. 28.1 a year, which I think gets him 0.1 more than Penei Sewell and the Lions. So Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield, highest paid offensive linemen and safeties in NFL history at this moment in time. Now, remember, Wirfs still has his rookie deal to play under this year at like 18 and change. So Wirfs is under contract through the decade. He's under contract for 6 more years. And he brought Levante David back for like 1 year, 8.5. The soul of the defense who can still play. Thank you very much. Whew. That's an offseason, man. He should show up today and literally say to Todd Bowles and the guys, hey, my flipping work is done. The rest is on you, yahoos.
To an extent. Now he's got to work on filling out the rest of that roster, figuring out who he's going to cut, who he's going to keep.
Yeah, just had an injury at guard this week. But so Tristan Wirfs in the fold. And it was funny. 3-4 days ago, it was, no, they're far apart. I don't know. 140 million will get it done.
They weren't that far apart, apparently.
Apparently somebody came up with some cash. It's like, no, I can play for that. I really get 140 and change. One thing I will say, only 3 of the 5 years are essentially guaranteed, Mark. Only 88 of the 140 and change is guaranteed.
It's another great contract for Tampa Bay.
So this year is fully guaranteed, 5th-year option picked up, 18 and change. And then a 5-year extension, 25 through 29. But really, only the first 3 years are guaranteed. They could walk away from all but 3 or 4 million of the final 56 million if they want. So there you have it. What a draft pick that turned out to be. By the way, he made that pick, and he traded up a spot to make sure he didn't lose him. Gave up a 4th-round pick to move up 1 spot. Think that was worth it?
And now the key part of your offensive line's locked in for the rest of the decade on your terms, not on the players' terms.
Yeah. So there you go. So good news for the Bucs. Been a hell of a week in Tampa Bay sports. I mean, the Rays Stadium deal was made official, even though, and we mentioned this a couple hours ago, worth mentioning again, apparently Stu Sternberg's trying to sell the team. And J.P. Peterson last week on this show said, guys, I don't know if they're ever going to break ground in St. Pete because I know there are guys in Tampa trying to buy the Rays. And sure enough, there was a story yesterday that said, Mark, you know, there are these rich guys in Tampa that have been trying to buy the Rays, and they thought they had a deal. But now that they don't have a deal, the Rays are selling off all these players and all this money. Interesting.
Fantasy Football Summit is August 20th. It is back with Dr. Roto. You can sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Another great event. We've done it a couple of years in a row now. Dr. Roto will give you his advice on the fantasy season and how things will play out. He has been making money for us for years at this. He can make money for you as well. Join us on August 20th at Shoeless Joe's for the Fantasy Football Summit, brought to you by Floor Meisters. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up.
And you have to re-sign up for the text line if you haven't earlier today. It's still 21,000. That's all it takes to text the show. But the old keyword is no longer in service. So you need to type 21,000 and enter a new keyword. That word is Miller. Moulton didn't make the cut. No Miller M. No D for David. Nothing. Just 21,000. Keyword Miller. He pulled rank. His name's first on the show. He's doing all the work behind the scenes on the show. He said, this is simple. It's easy. I like it. we're doing it. So there. 21,000 keyword Miller. Go to millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto the Star, presented by Floor Meisters, Tuesday, August 20th. And we'll both be there. So there.
Get you back into town for a day or two.
Yeah, I'll be back for the summit. And then the next week, I got my scans. So I'll be back in town also. So
Moulton and the 239. Big events planned. Fantasy Football Summit and a major eating competition at drive-thrus throughout Southwest Florida.
I probably will. Especially it's right before football season. I might as well hit it hard. No question. I saw a guy yesterday I hadn't seen in like 6 months, and he said, I'm going to shape up in August and get ready for football season. I'm like, wait, you're going to shape up now? All right, why start now? Weren't you supposed to shape up the whole off season? They're practicing now. I'd start working on your wings and your, how you handle the apps and all that. So Matt Baker coming up on the other side. We'll catch up with Matt. We haven't talked to him much this offseason. He's an AP voter, a Heisman voter. He's also been paying attention to the money involved in college athletics in a big way. He's written some very extensive pieces in the Tampa Bay Times about the money and the future of college football. So we'll kick it around with Matt, who's gone to all the media days and what have you. We will talk to him next.
Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. I promise to have it up no later than 11, but usually by 10:30 every morning. In case you missed the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. Matt Baker is next. Thanks for listening.
For Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
David?
Mm-hmm.
Two things. One, got to do a little work on air, so just mind yourselves, everybody. But I don't know if you have a list of all the people that I'm supposed to email the promo to, that whole list of people that, but I don't have a list now because the Florida Sports Network email is gone. He shut that down.
Yeah.
So if you can email me who the important people are to the other one, we're not on 1070, and I don't know why. We went dead air. Everything's hooked up satellite-wise. It says we're connected.
I think this is their problem. They've been, for whatever reason, having trouble getting our
I know.
feed. Okay.
That's it.
Well, I knew something was going on because you were scrambling a bit.
Sorry. Yeah, I think it just went dead, and I don't know why, geezer. Someone texted the show.
Yeah, I do think it's on their end.
It was right at the start of the 8 o'clock hour, apparently.
So, so Geezer, are we back?
No, we're not.
Okay.
If you can throw that Ken Lovejoy, I would throw him an email. CC me on it if you can. Were we all good this morning in Huntsville, Coach Grizzle? I know. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough, Grizzle.
Is anybody listening on 1070? Is it back or no?
It's not back.
Okay.
I don't think the show changes much, Weasel.
Oh, yeah, Weasel. I don't think content-wise it'll change at all.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits at the top of the hour. Couple of things to announce on the show today before we get to Matt Baker of the Tampa Bay Times. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's back Tuesday, August 20th. Dr. Roto the Star, presented by Floormeisters. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for that event Tuesday, August 20th. And revamped text line. It's still 21,000, but new keyword. The keyword is Miller. So if you haven't jumped back in, do so. 21,000, keyword Miller, and you're back on board with us on the text line. Matt Baker covers college football with a focus on the Gators and the Noles for the Tampa Bay Times. Follow Matt on X, MBakerTB Times, MBakerTB Times. Matt, it's David and Mark once again. Hope your off season has gone well. How are you?
What off season?
Well,
every year there's no off season. It gets shorter, but this season with the Florida State ACC Clemson debacle, yeah, there was no off season.
Well, you've been doing a really good, thorough job of, as you know, going back to the Nixon Watergate days of, quote, following the money. All right. Where is it that you would like to start as to where you think in all of college football, not just the ACC dispute, but also where we are in the sport? Where is it that you want to start as we head into the 2024 season about where it is you think we are?
Oh, I mean, that's a multi-billion-dollar question in terms of where we are. I mean, the biggest, I don't know whether that's a change necessarily, but you're exactly right. It's follow the money. The money has gotten so big, and it has affected absolutely everything in this sport. I mean, you know, you look at the schedules this season. I put something up on TampaBay.com this morning. I ranked every game in the state as I do every year, and there's some weird matchups in there, right? Like Florida's at Texas in an SEC game. UCF plays at Arizona State in a Big 12 game in a conference based in Texas. There's so many weird things here, and it's all because of money. And I understand it. I also like to make money. If I could make more money, I would like to make more money. But you lose a lot in the process, and it leads to a lot of weirdness. And as it relates to the average casual fan, you know, my wife's Northwestern alum, I'm a Northwestern fan. I don't think it affects her viewing experience or her enjoyment as a fan if Northwestern makes an extra $5 million a year or loses an extra $5 million a year. So I get the whole thing about money, and it matters, but the focus on it is not where it should be as a sport, because most of that stuff doesn't matter to the fan on a Saturday.
We had an interesting poll question yesterday, and it got my co-host bothered because we asked, going forward, what's more important to you, beating your rival or making the playoff? And it seems that, you know, making the playoff won barely, but that's a fundamental change in college sports because rivalries in college football were everything. Are they still everything, Matt?
Yes and no. I mean, would it be a successful season for Ohio State this year if they make the playoff or go to the Final Four but lose to Michigan? It depends on how Michigan does, right? Like if Michigan doesn't make the playoff and Ohio State does, that's something that they'll be able to crow about. You're right. It's just different. And, you know, the one I always go back to is Bedlam because I worked in Oklahoma for a couple of years. So the idea that Oklahoma and Oklahoma State would not play each other is absurd to me. And it's stupid and it's dumb and it's wrong. And I'm a little bit passionate about this if you can't tell. But it's just the way it is. And I hope eventually we'll see some of these rivalries come back that have gone away. I mean, this is a smaller scale, but FIU and FAU, they took last year off in the Shula Bowl because there was some realignment stuff, but they're playing again. So like this, it can happen where you can come back. But yeah, the sport is definitely, every time you have a conference game, again, I'm not picking on the Big 12, but every time you have a UCF Arizona conference game, like that's supposed to be a normal thing. And UCF isn't playing USF in the war on I-4. We go a little bit away from what college football, I think, certainly what it was, and I think what it should be. And there's a risk involved with that too. I mean, you look at what happened with NASCAR, where they strayed too far from their roots. They were at a time number 2, number 3 sport in the country, and now they're not. There's a risk there.
Matt, where do you think we are, and is anyone winning the Florida State Clemson ACC dispute? We have 4 lawsuits in 3 different jurisdictions. Is anyone winning?
Of course somebody's winning. The lawyers. Let's be real. The top hourly rate for the Florida State lawyers, I think some of them make as much as $800 or $900 an hour is what's in the contract. Clemson, I think that they had like $500,000 from March to through the end of June that fiscal year allocated for outside attorney fees. So yeah, they're winning. In terms of the actual like stuff that you care about and the people listening care about, no, nobody's winning. In South Carolina, where Clemson sued the ACC, the judge has said, okay, we can keep this on here. In Tallahassee, where Florida State has sued the ACC, the judge said, okay, we can keep this here. And in North Carolina, where the ACC sued both schools, the judge said, okay, we can keep this here. So right now, there's been, 8 months of bickering and yelling about where they're going to bicker and yell, and they haven't actually decided anything. So nobody wins except for the lawyers.
Are you getting any indication of when this will figure itself out? Are we years away? I mean, obviously FSU and Clemson won out yesterday, but these lawsuits seem like they're going to take forever. There's
a couple things here. If the end game is the lawsuits actually playing themselves out, yes, we are years away. The typical timeline from I looked at a bunch of realignment related lawsuits in the past, and typically they're settled in about a year and a half is kind of the average. And I'll come back to the settlement in a second. So at minimum, you're looking maybe this time next year is kind of, if that timeline is correct. If this actually goes through the courts, Florida State has, they've appealed it to the North Carolina Supreme Court, and Clemson is going to do the same. There's an appeal going on in Tallahassee, I know, that knows where that will end up. And there's if we just play this string out, there's a chance it goes all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, either because Florida State and Clemson don't like the answers they get in terms of sovereign immunity in North Carolina, or the ACC doesn't like the answers. There's a scenario where South Carolina rules one way, Florida rules a different way, North Carolina rules a different way, and they got to go to the Supreme Court to figure it out. So yeah, that could be years. The other most realistic option is a settlement. That's how 95% of civil cases end up anyway, is a settlement. The judge in Tallahassee has kind of said, hey, y'all get together and see if you can work this out. And then I still think that's the most likely scenario. If I'm thinking of a timeline, January, February is the next realistic date to watch, because according to Florida State, that's when ESPN's got to decide for sure whether they're going to pick up an option to extend the ACC deal through 2036. So that's a timeline where, maybe things start to fall apart. Maybe ESPN says we want to keep doing this, but we don't want to keep doing it. That's just a date to know in your head as it relates to all this stuff.
Matt Baker covers college football for the Tampa Bay Times. Follow him on X, MBaker TB Times, MBaker TB Times. To me, besides the obvious, which is Florida State and Clemson, when can they get out? How much is it going to cost them? The other conferences, though, have to be paying attention, because this grant of rights issue is a big one, because other conferences have their own rules too. If Florida State and Clemson can win in court in which they prove or get a judgment that, hey, listen, what the ACC did was too draconian, no, that has to be amended. That would be a huge win that would affect the rest of the sport, correct?
Correct. I don't know that the ACC's grant of rights is substantially different than the Big 12's grant of rights, because the language here will matter, right? We're getting down to conversations about what is the definition of a game? What is the definition of is? I kid you not, that's going to be something that's discussed, and whether Clemson is a member of the ACC. What is it is when the contract was signed? Is it is right now? Is it is tomorrow? Like, that's how nitty gritty this is going to be. And so if the Big 12 language is slightly different than the ACC's, you could see different resolutions there. But the big thing is, the big practical thing is, if Clemson and Florida State can get out of the grant of rights, if they can only leave for, say, $130, $140 million exit, then things are going to be very different, because they would almost certainly would not be the only one heading out the door then. If they pave the road for a $130 way to leave the ACC, I think North Carolina would follow. It would be fair to question whether Miami could or should or would follow. Virginia Tech, NC State. That's the type of scenario that has a very practical impact. In addition to, what is it? The equivalent document. Would that hold up in the Big 12 or any other conference?
All right, let's get to the article you wrote today where you ranked all the games. I don't want to be a spoiler, but I've got to hope that Miami and Florida to start the season is pretty high up on the list, Matt.
Yeah, it's number one. I always, I've done this, I think it's 6 or 7 years in a row, and I always put a lot more weight than I probably should on openers, just because, man, I'm excited for actual football and not talking to lawyers. But this one in particular is interesting, just because the programs have a lot in common. Obviously, in state, fan bases don't like each other, the national championships, all that stuff. But you've got high-profile coaches heading into what looks like kind of a make-or-break year 3. And somebody's got to lose. Billy Napier or Mario Cristobal, they both can't win. Somebody has to lose in week 1. And that fan base is going to go berserk. They are going to absolutely melt down the message boards. How could we lose to those guys? Blah, 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 fire everybody. And it's going to be, entertaining to watch on social media for one, but also it is going to have an impact where, at the end of the season, if they both don't end up at respectable places, that's going to be kind of the I don't want to call it a turning point, but one of those key moments along the way that would lead to some tough conversations in late October into November and December.
Matt, why in the world did Scott Strickland keep this schedule for Billy Napier year 3? I mean, we all saw this coming before last year, in which we're like, year 3 schedule's brutal. I mean, 8 SEC games in which now there's not balanced scheduling. So you could get a really hard schedule, which Florida got. And oh, by the way, non-conference, Florida State, Miami, and UCF, there's not another school in the country playing 11 games against Power 4 competition. Why would he keep this schedule for the coach that he desperately needs to make it?
Because these schedules are set way far in advance. When UCF was scheduled, UCF was not a power team. They were still in the American.
But you can buy your way out of these games, or you could call them up and say, listen, we can't do 2024. We got to move this to 5 or 6. We just have to. I got to save my coach.
Yeah, I understand that argument. It can be done. You can move it, but it's not always the easiest. And I think this one in particular, UCF had a hole in their schedule because it ended up being a 2-for-1, and UCF for a long time was adamantly against playing a 2-for-1. But they made an exception here just because, we got a hole in our schedule. The Gators filled it for us, that type of thing. So that's part of it. I think part of it too is the Gators started getting more aggressive in scheduling the last couple of years because of the college football playoff. And I think part of it was the idea that it might expand, where strength of schedule is going to matter a lot more. So you look at the Gators and where they were under Moulton, as a 5 to 12 team in the country in that range, they probably would need to schedule aggressively because having a tough schedule, playing big name opponents is going to make a difference in whether you get that at-large bid as the number 7 or 8 team or whatever, or whether you don't. So Florida kind of saw that and scheduled aggressively. And plus, fans have spoken too. Fans don't want to watch a lot of games against Samford and Tiddlywinks Tech. They want to watch games against Texas and Colorado and NC State and Cal and some of those guys that the Gators have scheduled over the years. And it's for the future. And it's just a matter that this year things happen to break in a certain way, where also, by the way, you get Texas and Ole Miss, who are going to be top 5, top 10 teams in addition to everybody else. So it was just a perfect storm and made a really, really, really tough schedule.
He's Matt Baker. He does a great job covering college football. He's also a top 25 and Heisman voter, so he's busy. Follow him on X, MBakerTB Times, MBakerTB Times. Matt, hopefully we can talk right before kickoff of Miami and Florida, okay?
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Matt Baker, kind enough to join us and read his column today, TampaBay.com, in which he ranks all the games in the state of Florida this year. Glad to hear Miami and Florida is number 1.
And I'm with him. It's not about who wins. It's about who loses, because all hell's going to break loose in Coral Gables or Gainesville, whoever loses this game.
I actually think more on the line for Napier because he's got the harder schedule. Mario can rebound from a loss quicker than I think Napier can. Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. They're in the store nearly every day, and along with their team, offering a warm, caring, and personal connection. One where every moment is an invitation to elegance and sophistication. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, H. Affy, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and designed in the U.S. and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to sharing the stories behind these notable partnerships with you. Discover the meticulous craftsmanship and unparalleled beauty that define each piece of jewelry as you embark on a journey of timeless elegance. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, we're getting some work done. Yeah, Dr. Odo's great about that. You X or texting and what have you, he will answer your questions. You know, Johnny, if the Gators win 9, yeah, they won't make the playoffs, but you could make a real case they should. Matt Baker is great. He really is. He's right to the point. I mean, you know, the dry humor, but he's an excellent college football writer.
His his football fix that he's been doing all summer has been great.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this first day of August, and it is the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I'm in Akron, Ohio, technically headed to Canton for the Hall of Fame game tonight. Bears and Texans, and it's part of our poll question. Will helmets and shoulder pads cause you to stop watching the Olympics and watch something else? What are you watching tonight? Preseason football, the Olympics, or Major League Baseball is your thing? And Comcast Xfinity, their deal with Bally's goes back tonight. So you can actually watch the Marlins and the Braves if you are so inclined in, well, all over the South, actually, since they both get their Bally's games back on the air. But that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
If you're just joining us, couple of business items to get to. First and foremost, we have a new keyword for our text line, as now the show has changed slightly with new ownership, that ownership being Miller and Moulton. And with that, a new text line. It is still 21,000, but you need to type in a new keyword. That keyword is Miller. The reason the keyword is Miller is not a slight on Moulton. It is simply because it's easier to spell, and quite frankly, I was the one that did it.
He pulled rank, ladies and gentlemen. I've got 2 jobs on this show. He's got 5. He pulled rank. And he does. I don't know if he's ever used this card, ever, 18 years. But I jokingly said to him when I found out what the keyword, I go, you finally did the my name comes first, didn't you? You finally played that card. And he laughed. He said, no, it's just easier to spell. I go, oh, that's true.
So type in Miller to 21,000. You can text the show as often as you would like. I'm the one you're texting. I mean, I do read them on the air. We may train David as to how to see them at some point.
Yes, I was actually thinking about it on the way to Ohio yesterday. I'm like, I say in this our third act with an asterisk, okay, because now the act is, it's still the third act. Things have changed. All right, that you know what? I miss the texters. I want to see them. In fact, I want to be able to respond. I have no friends. I moved. I haven't met anybody. The two people I knew in Jacksonville 2 years ago, same two people I know now. I know nobody else. I need friends. I need texters. I do.
And finally, the Fantasy Football Summit is back. It is August 20th at Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe in Fort Myers. You can sign up by going to millerandmoulton.com. It is that simple. Go to millerandmoulton.com. You'll see the fantasy football icon right on the front page. There's not much to our website. You can download the podcast. You can sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit. You can read some sports news. That's about what we've got. But sign up August 20th. Always a great event. Dr. Roto, Miller, Moulton, and you for a Fantasy Football Summit where we will help you, and by we mean Dr. Roto, will help you win your league.
Yeah. So there. Just so you know, according to Pro Football Network, the Miami Dolphins are winning the AFC East. The Tampa Bay Bucks are going to be a wild card. The Jacksonville Jaguars will miss the playoffs. And the 1 seeds in the AFC and NFC will be the Cincinnati Bengals and the Dallas Cowboys. That's according to the folks at Pro Football Network and their computer simulation and all that. There you go. That's what they're going with. And only one playoff team won each Western Division. Chiefs and Niners, that's it. Nobody else. Now, last year there were only 3. You threw in the Rams, that's it. But the other 3 divisions in each conference all get 2 teams. Jets are out. Steelers and Browns, by the way, out. Let's see, who else is out? Who made it a year ago? Oh, the Rams, out. 4 new playoff teams scored in Pro Football Network. As Mark pointed out, that's usually not enough. Got to be usually a little more bold than that.
But they had the Colts making the playoffs, which to me is a very bold pick.
They had the Bears making the playoffs at the expense of the Packers.
Caleb Williams would be a superstar if that happened in Chicago. In his first year, if he leads the Bears to the playoffs at the demise of the Packers making the postseason, David.
Well, yeah, because in theory, then he would have to beat the Packers, and this just in for much of the last 30 years, but definitely for the last 17 years. Yeah, the Bears haven't beaten the Packers very many times. Remember Aaron Rodgers? I own you guys. I'm your daddy. About the only trash talking he ever did about an individual team was late in his Packers tenure when he would openly trash talk the Bears.
And he trash talked him again when Jordan Love beat him, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And I think
by the way, final game of the season, Sunday, January 5th is Chicago at Green Bay.
Boy, could you imagine? Much like when the Lions went in, Aaron Rodgers' last game was a Packer. Detroit went into Green Bay, won, knocked the Packers out of the playoffs. Could you imagine if Caleb Williams goes into Lambeau, beats the Packers to either A, knock them out, or B, put the Bears in their place? Oh. You're right, Mark. You're right. Town would go nuts. Plus, also, let's be honest. It's not a good sports city right now. The Bulls are, the Blackhawks are worse. They're rebuilding. They've got a young star, but they're years away. And the Cubs are, and the White Sox are the worst team in the league.
The White Sox are on the verge of being the worst team that's played baseball in 125 years. I mean, the White Sox are prepared to do things that we've not seen since the Cleveland Spiders lost 140 games or whatever it was in the 1800s.
I mean, so this is obviously a big, passionate sports city in which the Bears are the number one thing in it anyway. And they've been lacking at this position for, 40 years. And you could argue even longer than that. And if this kid comes in right out of the chute, I mean, could you imagine, Mark, if the Bears get CJ Stroud 2.0?
No, I cannot, because this team appears to be on paper in a better spot than the Texans were a year ago.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Because remember, the Bears had the number one pick, not because they were worthy of the number one pick. They had the number one pick because they made a deal with Carolina, and Carolina was worthy of the number one pick. The Texans had the second and third pick on their own right. They had the second pick on their own, and they traded for the third pick in the draft a year ago. And I coming off what, a 3-win season?
Yeah, sorry, David. I think if he's 70% of CJ Stroud, they're going to be flirting with 9 wins. I mean, look at the receivers he has to throw to. Look at the running back. Look at the tight end.
Tight ends. We've joked how many tight ends the Bears have had for years now on their roster.
Who's good.
Yeah. But they also have a third and fourth string tight end who could play for a lot of teams. I mean, they're loaded at that position. They're young on the offensive line, but if they got it right, they've invested heavily the last 3 years in the offensive line. 4 of those 5 guys are their own draft picks. They're all first, second, and third round picks. If they got it right, then this is all on Caleb Williams.
You look at their games before the bye, David. They open with Tennessee at home. Then they go to Houston and to Indianapolis. If they could get a split there, they come home for 2 more with the Rams and Carolina before going to London to play the Jags. That's all before their bye. There are wins there.
If Caleb's ready.
If he's ready. Because they've got nothing else.
And remember, Houston started 0-2 last year. It didn't happen right out of the chute for CJ and the Texans. But, we talked about, the Jags have never had a Trevor Lawrence before. And by that, what we mean is the high first round pick who is, expected to be a stud. They took Leftwich, 7th overall. All right. They took other quarterbacks 3rd overall, 12th overall. But I mean, Trevor Lawrence was going to be drafted 1st overall by everybody in that draft class. I mean, this is supposed to be a young stud. No doubt about it. Quarterback. He's not there yet, but that's what he's supposed to be. Well, the Bears have drafted a Grossman. They've drafted a Trubisky, 2nd overall. But otherwise they've gone the Kyle Orton, Jim Miller route a lot. And the veteran quarterback from other teams that they've tried to pigeonhole in there. Caleb Williams won the Heisman Trophy. Caleb Williams was going to be the number 1 pick in this draft for over a year. The Bears haven't had one of these since Hallis, quite frankly, was their coach. And imagine if he can live up to it.
I find that because of last year, it seems that a lot of people are rooting against Caleb Williams. I don't know anybody that's not a Bears fan that's actually rooting for him. And Bears fans who have been in our Twitch chat room aren't even rooting for him. Didn't want him. There's a lot of pressure for this young man. A lot of pressure. He put a lot of it on himself.
Mm-hmm.
He did not handle things the way that I think people would have liked to have seen him handle them a year ago.
No, he's not boring. Okay? He's eccentric. Remember, if you win, you're eccentric. If you're not winning, what are you? You're weird. You're
or
strange.
disruptive. Right.
You're a problem. You're a distraction. But yeah, painting certain things on his fingernails, kind of mocking his opponents and what have you in college. Then some people looked at him badly because, he was crying in his mom's arms after a game. Can he play or not? We'll find out. And if he can, look out. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Sonny, I think he's going to be a lot like Favre. I think he's going to, everybody's comparing him to Mahomes because of his style and what have you. But first off, he's like 6 feet tall. So he's a little shorter than I think people think. But I think he's going to be enigmatic, exciting, inconsistent early in his career like Favre was. And then it'll be a matter of, does he put it all together and become a star, or is he, Jay Cutler with a personality? I mean, Jay Cutler, you take him to an NFC Championship game. See, Breeze to me is super accurate. Caleb wants to run around and play hero ball. So believe me, I think the Bears would jump up and down Sonny if he became Breeze. Different than what they signed up for, but they'd lose their minds. Well, that's an interesting question to all the Bears fans out there. If he is Jay Cutler, would you sign up for that or no? Jay Cutler was a pretty good quarterback. I mean, he was. Jay Cutler could sling it. Jay Cutler was fearless back there. Jay Cutler may have been a jerk and not much of a team leader, but just in terms of ability, if Caleb Williams throws the ball like Jay Cutler, if you're a Bears fan, will you take that? Or does he have to be better than that? Because I'm guessing he has to be better than that for you guys. God, will he own that town? Oh, my God. If he's good, oh, my God.
Own it. Own it.
Look at what's going on in Chicago right now. There's nobody on the –
but they have it could be a renaissance. You have Connor Bedard. They're going to be better this year. They got players. They're going to make a run at the playoffs. The West isn't as good. They got some good free agents. They have two superstars. They could have two superstars there coming in at the same time.
But, I mean, there's nobody on either baseball team.
Nope.
What, Bellinger? I mean, come on. The Bulls, nobody on the Bulls. I mean, oh, my goodness. I mean, the Bears are what? Second, third worst team in the league this year? I mean, the Blackhawks,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, could you imagine living on the South Side and being a Blackhawks fan? The Blackhawks are one of the three worst teams in the league, and this is the worst White Sox team of your life.
Of anybody's life, David.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. First day of August. That means the countdown's at 0 for preseason football. Hall of Fame tonight. Canton, Ohio. Bears and Texans. Very low over-under. It's in the low 30s. I mean, this is supposed to be like a 17-14 type game. Oh, wow. That would be great.
Thrilling.
You're going to watch. What?
Thrilling. 17-14.
Oh, man. So are you going to watch? That's our poll question. What are you watching tonight? You going to stick with the Olympics, or are you like, hell no, man, I got helmets and shoulder pads. I'm all in. Or are you like, no, man, baseball's my thing. So that's our poll question. What are you watching? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Two other announcements. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday, August 6th. Limited seating. Sign up now, please. millerandmoulton.com. And this way we can get you in. Dr. Roto, the star, he'll help you win your fantasy league. And that's no hype, no bull. That's the truth. I mean, Mark Miller can attest to it. He helped him win his league last year. Mark had never won a fantasy league before.
I sent out a text. I got a little cocky because the text came the other day of, are you in for the fantasy league this year? And they doubled the entry fee. And I simply just said, last year you guys paid for a nice dinner. This year you're paying for a vacation.
Ooh, look at you. Look at you. So that's millerandmoulton.com. Sign up. And a new text line, in a sense. It's still 21,000, but the keyword has changed. So if you were texting us before, that's not going to work anymore. We're not going to see your text. So you need to hit 21,000 keyword Miller. 21,000 keyword
right.
Miller.
Miller. Not
Right.
Moulton, Miller.
Yep, he's pulling rank. His name comes first on the show. He has more responsibility on this show than I do. He has more jobs. His business card has more lines on it. So, damn it, the keyword is Miller. Don't you know who I am? So, there you go. 21,000 keyword Miller.
I just figured it'd be easier to spell, all things being equal.
I think it's hysterical. I really do. So kicking around, a lot of football, though, at Kirwan 2 hours ago. If you missed it, millerandmoulton.com. Right after the show, it'll be posted. Matt Baker, nearly an hour ago, talking college ball. Same deal, millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for whatever you miss on this show. Pro Football Network came out. They made their picks. Bengals and Cowboys as the 1 seeds. Dolphins win the East. They're the 2 seed in the AFC. The Bears make the playoffs at the expense of the Packers. How about that? The Colts make the playoffs at the expense of the Jags. The Jets are out. The Packers are out. The Cowboys, the 1 seed in the NFC. My goodness. Bucks make the playoffs, by the way, as the wild card. So Dolphins win the division. Bucks a wild card. Jags out in the state of Florida, according to Pro Football Network and ProFootballNetwork.com. And they will join us on a weekly basis around 7:30 on Wednesdays throughout the year.
Our poll question today, as David mentioned, is what are you watching tonight, the Olympics, Major League Baseball, or NFL preseason? Over half of you are watching NFL preseason. That's right. Give me helmets and shoulder pads. I don't give a damn who's playing.
Wow. Surprise. Good luck. Good luck prying that TV away from the person in your life. I'm just saying.
40% of you are watching the Olympics with your wife. And 1 in 10, so far in small voting, David, 6% of the vote saying that they are watching
Baseball.
Baseball.
Right. Gotcha. Did you think Devin Hester's a Hall of Famer? He's in. He's in. He gets his gold jacket tomorrow night. And who knows how many of the 7 that are going in this year we'll get to talk to in the booth. Usually they'll bring at least 2 or 3 of them through, along with some other Hall of Famers. But Randy Gradishar, Steve McMichael, the veterans that are in. Patrick Willis, Dwight Freeney, Julius Peppers, the defensive players voted in by the regular committee. Devin Hester, Andre Johnson, the offensive / special teams players voted in. Devin Hester does have the most returns, 4 touchdowns in the history of the league.
Yeah. Is that Hall of Fame worthy to you? Is that stat? Because that's what he's in on, basically. He's a great returner.
Yeah, no, he's not in as a wide receiver. No, he's not in because he was Deebo Samuel before Deebo Samuel. No, he's in because the NFL has said that's the best returner of all time.
And we're never going to have another one because we don't have returns in the game anymore. So we want to honor the position with at least one player. I'm surprised. I was very surprised he got in, especially considering who he got in ahead of. I felt there were more worthy Hall of Famers that were left out than Devin Hester as a Hall of Famer getting in. That's me personally.
Now, next year's class, there's going to be some names to it. Eli's up for the first time. So, we didn't have that this time. We didn't have a high-profile quarterback, if you will. By the way, I heard a very interesting take. It's a different Hall of Fame. But there is a guy in San Francisco who's advocating that the Giants sign Bonds to a one-day contract and put him in the game and give him an at-bat. Why? It would restart his Hall of Fame candidacy. So then wait 5 more years, and then he'd be back on the ballot again for 10 years.
Yeah, I don't know what that would do. I think people have made their mind up, and I think the further it goes down the road, the minds of these people will not be changed.
And his argument is that we're becoming more and more tolerant of people's mistakes, transgressions. We're, gambling is, when they voted on bonds, even we didn't have the gambling the way we have it now. Okay. And he just thinks that our views, essentially, if something like that were to happen, the baseball writers would be voting on bonds again in the 2030s. And what do you think the views will be of the steroid era by the 2030s?
I actually think they could get worse.
Okay.
Because in the home run game that we're in right now, and guys doing great things, no one's coming close. Close. I mean, look at the numbers Judge is putting up. He's not in the Bonds territory of breaking that record for single season.
No,
steroids are even going to be thought of more highly of what they produced for players because of the gigantic numbers in that era. And we're hitting as many home runs as we've ever hit right now, David.
But while we were talking Hall of Fame, I changed the subject, but just thought it was interesting, wanted to throw it out there. And you could very well be right, because certainly he and McGuire and them, they hit a level and didn't get really above that. But Devin Hester going in the Hall of Fame as the best returner ever. I would argue Deion was better. He just didn't do it as much. But I will say Devin honored Deion when he broke Deion's record. Deion was actually working the game for NFL Network, and Devin, put the left hand up behind his helmet and did the Deion strut as he was going in the final 15 yards for the touchdown. That's pretty cool.
Do you think he's a Hall of Famer?
Is he the greatest returner of all time? If the answer is yes, is that worthy of one spot in the Hall of Fame? I would argue yes. I'm with you, though, Mark. There's about 8 guys that should be in before him. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yes, Irish football. I would put Rose in. Been very consistent about that for 30 plus years. And would have on the would have his full resume though. Would say, banned for life for betting on the game. But yes, he would be in. And I would have Bonds and Clemens in of the steroid users because I think it's clear when they started using the steroids, and they both were Hall of Famers before they started using the steroids. I mean, Clemens had won 3 of his Cy Youngs and had just shy of 200 wins when he went to Toronto and started cheating. So, and Bonds had numbers that were superior to Orlando Cepeda's. He was already a 400 guy when he started using. So now I wouldn't put McGuire in. I wouldn't put Sosa in. I wouldn't put Palmeiro in. I wouldn't, because I think that they did what they did because of steroids. I wouldn't put A-Rod in because I have no idea what part of his resume is the clean part and what part's the dirty part, considering he failed a test going all the way back to his days in Texas. And he failed 2 tests with the Yankees. So I will say, very interesting that Jazz Chisholm chose number 13. He joked because there were no single digits available, but also he said, my guy was A-Rod. I don't know about that Irish football. I mean, he only played 6-7 years in Pittsburgh. I mean, his 93 through 98 in San Francisco were, but he started winning the MVPs in Pittsburgh, no doubt. And he should have won one in 91 when they gave it to Pendleton. Well, plus Pete didn't cheat the game. He cheated himself. He stained the game, but he didn't cheat the game. He has over 3,000 singles, for goodness sakes.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Make sure you vote. Our poll question: what are you watching tonight? You actually going to watch a little preseason football over the Olympics? Or are you a baseball guy through and through? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Go to millerandmoulton.com and register now to be in the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit, Tuesday, August 20th. Dr. Roto, the star, back at Shoeless Joe's, the revamped Shoeless Joe's at the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops in Fort Myers. Tuesday, August 20th. Go to millerandmoulton.com and vote. Get Dr. Roto. You get dinner, non-alcoholic drinks. Miller and Moulton will be there. It's a fun night, 7 o'clock on a Tuesday. You can get there as early as 6 and start eating. You'll be done no later than 9, probably even closer to 8:30. Let's make a night of it, shall us? millerandmoulton.com. Sign up.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, we start in 1774 today. Chemist Joseph Priestley discovers oxygen by isolating it in its gaseous state. So a big day for O2 today, David.
Okay.
Colorado becomes the 38th state of the Union today in 1876. The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night, goes number 1 and stays number 1 for a few weeks in 64. Richard Petty wins the Dixie 500 in Atlanta today in 1971 to become the first NASCAR driver to win $1 million in career earnings. Today in 72, the first article exposing Watergate by Woodward and Bernstein was in the Post. 73, the Virginia Squires trade their star Julius Erving to the New York Nets. Do you have any idea, David, who they traded Dr. J for?
No, I don't.
George Carter and Cash. 1981, the world changed, at least on cable television, because MTV debuted today in 1981 with Video Killed the Radio Star.
It was so damn big for us kids.
Yeah.
And what, you were 12, right? Or you were about to turn 12?
About to turn 12.
All right, I was 15. Oh, my goodness.
Exposed us to a lot of European music that we would have never heard otherwise.
Yes.
The only music they had videos for.
Right.
Arena Bowl 1 was today in 87.
I'll tell you what, there are things that haven't made it in this country. And I know they've played arena football for 35 plus years, but I don't know. Mark, I would have lost if I won, billions of dollars. I would have lost most of it because I am convinced that arena football should be huge, and am stunned that they have totally run this sucker into the ground and kept it in the ground.
For the record, Denver beat Pittsburgh in Arena Bowl 1, 45-16. Rush Limbaugh began his national radio show today in 1988.
I believe he was in Sacramento, and he moved to New York and was asked why in an interview, and he said, okay, I wasn't a big fish in a small pond in Sacramento. I was a whale in a bathtub. He said, so I just felt I needed to try something bigger.
Speaking of whales, Herman Melville born today, as was Dom DeLuise. Jerry Garcia, Cliff Branch, and Coolio also would have celebrated birthdays today. Chuck D from Public Enemy is 64, and Brad Faxon is 63. What did I miss, David?
Well, you may have said it, and you know me. I don't pay attention to everything that you say during this segment. Did you mention the first Six Flags opened today in Texas in 61?
I did not.
Okay. Game of Thrones debuted today in 96.
Ooh, I missed that one. That was a biggie.
So opening ceremony in Berlin today in 36. There was a little controversy. There was a little thing in the air, the Hitler guy and the black athletes that the U.S. had. It was kind of a problem for him, especially when our athletes kept beating his.
Badly.
Yep.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to Michigan, where a 54-year-old Macomb County woman said she was wary of a suspicious email in her spam folder. But she discovered that email was alerting her that she had won $207,000. She didn't realize she'd been earning second chance drawings by playing certain online lottery games. And she had an email from the Michigan Lottery in her spam folder saying she'd won the big cash second prize. She thought it was, come on. You get an email in your spam folder saying you've won $207,000. I think I'd delete it.
Yes, I would too. I would think it's spam. I would think it's somebody trying to get my private information, and it's a con.
But the email was real, and she made nearly $208,000. For the bad, oh, of course, we go to Massachusetts, where, or Rhode Island, actually, I'm sorry, where court documents unsealed in federal court revealed that a Massachusetts attorney, a Connecticut woman, and 2 individuals detained at a detention facility tried to smuggle drugs into the jail. That's a attorney trying to make sure he could get some weed into jail for his clients. They can all spend a lot of time together now. And finally, the ugly. We come back to Florida, where Lauren Riley was a passenger in a car pulled over Saturday morning when the driver was spotted without a seatbelt. During the traffic stop, Riley was moving items around on the vehicle floorboard. When police peered into the auto, they saw some drug paraphernalia, which prompted an examination of the vehicle and its contents. Inside of Riley's purse, there was a bag labeled "bag of drugs." And I'll be damned, David. Inside the bag were, wait for it, drugs.
What?
She was arrested on the spot. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 1st, 2024.
All right, I've been pumping it all day. They're back on Bally Sports on cable. Marlins Braves tonight, 7:20. Rays had the night off. Only 5 games in Major League Baseball. Could this be, by the way, an ALCS preview? Orioles in Cleveland to take on the Guardians. Guardians with a 1-game lead for the best record in the American League. You know, remember when we had the guy on from Baltimore and he got all snippy with me when we were talking about, you know, the Orioles and the Yankees, and then said, well, it's not a guarantee that they'll meet, you know, in the second round. They could meet in the LCS. And he was like, well, no, it's, you know, the one's going to be the one and the one's going to have the best wild card. And we said, well, there's a chance Cleveland could be the one. Guardians with a 1-game lead, 2 in the loss column for the 1 seed in the American League. Thank you very much.
And I would suspect, not looking at the schedules, that the Guardians are going to be able to play the White Sox again, and I doubt the Orioles and Yankees are.
Make a dadgum good point. All right, Canton, Ohio. Over under of 30.5. Wow. There is not expected to be a lot of scoring tonight. Houston, a 1.5-point favorite. So this is what, 16-15? 16-14?
Oh, you're going to get a barn burner, David. You're going to get a really good game, really close, exciting game.
Okay. Here's the deal. We can't have overtime, all right? It's a preseason game. We need to get out of there. We need to go home. Some of us have a show at 6 a.m. the next day, all right? We need very quickly, Hall of Fame story. Was talking to somebody yesterday who hasn't worked a Hall of Fame game in a while. And I said, did you ever work one of these? He said, yes. Jacksonville and Carolina, the year that they both came into the league together, they played one another in the Hall of Fame game. And we interviewed Dom Capers right before the game and said, hey, just so you know, if it's 1-point game late, you're going to kick the extra point or go for 2. He said, no, it's a preseason game. We're going for 2. Sure enough, down 7, Carolina scores, closing seconds, down 1. Dom kicks the extra point to force overtime. So, Mark, that's the only thing that can't happen today. I don't want anybody to get hurt, but we cannot have overtime.
I can assure you, if it goes to overtime, I will not know until I wake up in the morning.
I think there's a good chance of that for more than just you. 8 o'clock tonight, ABC and ESPN. Texans favored by 1.5, over under of 30.5. If you're betting this game, call 1-800-PROBLEM-GAMBLER. That's not the number. We'll get it for you if you need it. Okay, got the Olympics tonight. This just in, a lot of swimming and some gymnastics.
Yeah, I think the women's all-arounds tonight for gymnastics, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh. That would seem to be a big deal.
That's a really big deal. I know that's what'll be on in my house.
So, for what it's worth, by the way, the U.S. Guy got a silver today in swimming.
Another non-gold.
Another non-gold. Big comeback, but finished second in the race.
A lot of medals, not a lot of golds for the U.S.
Nope. Only 5. We lead in the medal count. We're 7th in the gold medal count.
Do you consider that an Olympic win if you win the medals but don't win the gold medal count?
I do. Mark goes gold medals. I do total medals.
And it's tough for me because we send so many competitors to the Olympic Games. And we are so strong in so many events that we should win the medal count, especially with no Russia.
Well, remember, we haven't started running track and field yet. All right. We're going to start adding some gold medals. Plus, we're going to post 2 with the basketball teams. So don't worry. I mean, I know we're getting a lot of silver and bronze in the pool when there was the expectation of more gold. I get it.
That was after the Aussies talked smack before the Olympics, too.
Yep.
Said they don't like hearing our anthem. And they've been, well, delivering on that.
So there you have it. That's what's going on tonight. Olympics, preseason football, little baseball. And you can bet on the preseason football game if you'd like. Man, man, that's a problem.
David, we bet on USA and South Sudan yesterday. I don't know if there's a bigger problem we could have than that. And we lost.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, we were betting on guys playing. I mean, with LeBron and Curry and what have you, they were playing. We knew they were going to play. I mean, you're betting on guys who are not going to make the team tonight on both sides. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, you're betting 3rd string and 4th string players against one another. What are you doing? I mean, you need the action that badly?
Oh, people need the action that bad. If they just bet football and they only bet football, David, then they need the action. They've been waiting for tonight to just get a little action on some football. I'd imagine the handle's a lot bigger than you think for tonight's game.
No, it's first game of the year. People all excited. I'm curious as to the rating. Like, will it outrate the Pro Bowl tonight going up against the Olympics? Will it get more than like 7 million people tonight?
That's a great over-under.
And we're going up against gymnastics and swimming in the Summer Olympics. And we are really, as a country, watching this summer games.
And we are really watching Simone Biles.
Mm-hmm.
And she's competing today.
Yeah. So there you have it. Hey, MillerandMoulton.com. Missed any part of the show? It'll all be posted in the next 60 minutes. How about we do it again tomorrow? Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.